Go and throttle up.
Please stay on the line. Your call is important to us. The next available operator will be with you shortly.
For quality purposes, this conversation may be recorded. If you're suffering from moderate to severe depression and/or stress, talk to your doctor about Fuckadol. Fuckadol, the new drug from Pharmaco. Fuckadol.
Please stay on the line. The next available operator will be with you shortly. Your call is important to us. You thought that was someone's gonna pick up. Nope, someone isn't gonna pick up. Your call is very important to us. Please stay on hold for the next 30 minutes because it's so important. Okay, all right. That's enough. That's enough. Or is it?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
No, that's okay. That's really enough. Good morning, everyone. How are you doing today? Your call is very important to us. Please stay on the line. Our next available streamer will be with you shortly. Okay, I'm bored of that joke. Anyway, what's up? How's everybody doing? I stayed up way too late playing Battlefield last night. I have a disgusting headache. That is totally my fault. Yep. Nope, that's on me. My bad. Yeah, we gotta not do that anymore. Yeah, we gotta not do that. I stayed up till like 2 in the morning playing Battlefield. Late night EJ gets a little vulgar. It's not great. Yeah, we should stop doing that. We should stop doing that. You saw the Aurora Borealis. The ship? How'd you see that? Isn't it stuck in an iceberg? Oh, you're talking about the lights. Right. So you were hungover. Yeah, I got drunk on Battlefield. That was hilarious. Yeah, your boy got a little rowdy. First person shooters just push my buttons, dude. They just push my buttons. It's because Sagittarius is in retrograde. You know, Connie, if somebody tells me some astrology stuff like that, I ask them, what's retrograde? And they go, huh? I did that once. Somebody tried to tell me some astrology, and I was like, what's retrograde mean? What does that mean? Well, what do you mean? What does that mean? What does retrograde mean? I'm posigrade, baby. Penny metal fences get in the way again? No, just me tripping over my own rage. Playing angry only works for a little bit, and then it just gets sad. What kind of soap? What kind of soap? Fake soap? Decorative soap? A grade, that's retro. Yeah. Hey, likes. You actually reminded me. Do you think we should do a thing on talking about environmental impacts and how, you shouldn't build a bridge next to a reservoir that saturates the water with moisture on a steep grade? Do we need to, do you think we should talk about that? Yeah, you probably shouldn't do that. Do we need to talk about that? Yeah, that's probably not a good idea. Oh, the bridge. Yeah, the Honky Bridge. I'm not saying it right. Apologies. Yeah, the longest bridge. It's not the longest bridge in the world. I think it's the highest bridge in the world. Yeah, it collapsed. It's brand new. Collapsed. No environmental impact survey. Yeah, China just built this bridge. I think they said it was 758 meters tall. It collapsed because they built it next to a reservoir and the water was permeating the ground and eroded the supports away and the entire side of the mountain. Yeah, and the bridge collapsed. Yeah, that's, fellas, I don't mean to bring this up to be like, haha, they can't engineer bridges. If anything, they're going to learn from this and probably make a better one, which is fine. Learning is good. I bring it up because, we tend to think that environmental impact surveys are there to appease tree huggers. No, they're not. They're there so this doesn't happen. Yeah, they're there because of this. Yeah, that's why you do an environmental impact, so it doesn't fall into the swamp in a year. Like building a castle in a swamp. They could have said you couldn't build a castle in a swamp, but I did it anyway. Fell into the swamp. Hence the great importance of geotech reports in general construction. Yeah, that's kind of important. Yeah. Did you see what happened to that Turkish C-130? Dude, how did you do that? How did that happen? I've never seen that happen to a C-130 before. Yeah, Flask, they're just iteratively designing their highways, which is probably not the smartest thing to do, but, hey, whatever. It's all right. Whatever. At least they're building something. At least they were able to close it days before it went down. Yeah, exactly. If anything, they'll learn, Hardware-rich highway development. And that's quite literally what it is, Grav. Like I said, they're going to figure it out. They're going to figure out what happened. And they're going to be like, yep. And then they'll build a better one. The point is that they're building. Building is good. We like building. What do I give KSA money? Buy stationeers, Panderific. Did I see the first public build of KSA is imminent? Yes. You guys want to support KSA? Buy stationeers, buy Icarus. That's the way to do it right now. Kitten Space Agency is entirely funded off of sales from RocketWorks' other intellectual properties, so stationeers and Icarus. If you have stationeers, you can buy skin packs for stationeers. Yep. I have it right from Dean and right from Heightmare that is how you support them. Like, I talked to them about this last meeting that we had. Stationeers is a great game. It's the nerd's nerd of space games. Like, yeah, it's really good. How's it going? Personally, my back's so much better today. That's good, Redbeard. That's good. King Rome, you're going to have to be on YouTube today as I'm downloading Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 update and Twitch hates low bandwidth. Got it. So, fellas, real quick before we get into KSP, Brimo showed me this. There's a new game coming out. Brimo showed me this, and I mean, I don't know. You guys tell me. I'll just show you a picture. There's a new Anno coming out. Jack, thanks for last night. I enjoyed watching VF6. Cool, man. Right on. There's a new Anno coming out, and it's called Anno 117 Pax Romana. It is a Anno game built around the time period in basically mid-antiquity when the Roman Empire was at its height. I mean, technically, I don't know, it's kind of debated. The Roman Empire is at its height is about 300 AD. This is 117, so it's on the up and up. It is a Roman Empire city builder game, amongst other things. Now, screw the Empire. Real ones remember the Republic. I mean, that's good, too. I watched, Brimo showed me the trailers, and I was... It kind of, oh. You're from antiquity. Well, this is where, ancestrally, this is where my family hails from, Mason. Not, well, my dad's side of the family is from central Italy. My mom's side of the family is from northern Italy. Which is why, that's part of the reason why I don't look very Italian, but also, you know. We went to Rome, so we're experts now and can teach you about it. Gabagool, that's southern Italian. Okay. Yeah, it was ticking some neurons up here. There was some neuron activation with the city builder and how it all kind of came together, and I was like, okay. Are you 100% Italian? I mean, I'm 100% American. That's what I am. You put me in Italy, I'll be like, okay, where's the pickup trucks? Ethnically, though, yeah, like probably 90% Italian, and then, you know, I think the last 10% is English. Yeah. We got 90% right here. We got 90%. I got the patch or everything, you know. Face the Aurelian Wall, please. Where did the giganticism come from? That's northern Italy all day. Northern Italians are not short. It's the southern Italians, the Calabrians and the Sicilians. They're the short ones. They're the short ones. Sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be a dick. Like, I know north-south Italy has some stuff going down. In Italy, you could pick up the trucks. You could probably preload it. Regarding the Roman Republic versus the Roman Empire, why not pre-Republican Kingdom of Rome, your namesake? Because that didn't take the Kingdom of Rome. Romulus, you didn't take over the entire Mediterranean basin. That's lame. And Brimo wants to see EJ play Anno. Yeah, she kind of heavily hinted at it this morning. Hellfish heavily hinted at it. She's like, you should play this. I'm like, all right. Okay, which has the better pizza, north or south? Brandon, okay. Italian pizza is not American pizza. Those are two different things, right? So we just got to establish that first. Second of all, I like right in the center. I think Italian Neapolitan pizza is perfect. I know it's South Ryan. What are you going to do? Domino's is your favorite Italian place.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, Jojo, if we're talking Italian pizzas, I like from right in the
Discovery,
center.
go at throttle up.
I like my authentic Italian slice from Sparrow. I am a bit disappointed. And if it's one thing I do not like to be, it is to be disappointed.
Discovery,
I know.
go at throttle up.
All right, so here, check this out. Just real quick, this is the big news for the day. We'll cover it maybe later. I don't know. I kind of want to just play KSP, but we'll see. Personally, East Side Mario's is usually for authentic cuisine. East Side Mario's. NG2 update. New Glen is ready to launch. However, due to highly elevated solar activity and its potential effects on Escapade, NASA is postponing the launch until space weather conditions improved. We are currently assessing opportunities to establish our next launch window based on forecasted space weather and range availability. Am I seeing things, or does that come off like, well, they don't want to launch, so we're not going to? You could just say that what kind of, like, it is a NASA payload, right? Yeah, exactly. But why? This tweet reads, okay, I might be doing the Twitter meme. I like pancakes. What, does that mean you hate waffles? This reads like, well, the rocket's ready to go, but the customer doesn't want to launch, so we can't launch it. That's how that reads. It's a bit older, but look into this too. Anno 1800, yeah. I played Anno 2270 back in the day. You want the shareholders to know it's not a them problem. Well, it's not. Blue Origin is not publicly traded. I don't know. Amazon is, though. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I'm just looking into things. Maybe I'm just bumming because I want to see this thing launch. I think I'm just bumming because I want to see it launch, man. It's a good rocket, dude. It's really not bad. I hope it lands, dude. I want to see them get one. And for what it's worth, I also want to see somebody other than SpaceX land a booster. Someone other than SpaceX land something, you know? That would be nice. But yeah, solar activity, guys. There was a coronal mass ejection a couple of days ago. And it's causing all kinds of what's called solar activity. Now, don't get me wrong. It's called space weather. Space weather does happen. It's pretty normal. That does happen a lot. So you belong to us. P.S. You're Sicilian. Yeah, Flavia. Let's be real. I'm not. Believe me, we went to Italy in 2023. I stick out like a sore thumb. Let's be real. I don't stick out as much though, Flavia, as the Americans that, dude, I saw the funniest thing when we were in Rome, just real quick. We'll get back to solar activity in a moment. I saw the funniest thing when I was in Rome. There are Americans, and they're like, dude, I could tell they were American. They go around dressing and acting like they're in a Versace ad. Like, it's actually kind of funny. Like they're dressed to the nines to like go get breakfast. Like, and you know, they have like a scarf and, you know, like really expensive like sunglasses and stuff, and you know, their hair's like all crazy, like it's all like, and they, you know, they sit at the espresso table like this. I'm like, Dude, they stick out like a sore thumb. It's actually really funny. Because they're trying to blend in, but it's not working. Me, I'm just like, bro, I have no delusions about who I am. Like, I'm just... It's really, really funny. I saw, dude, it was some real basic Instagram stuff going on around Rome. Like, you could pick out, like, dude, it's so easy to spot somebody that's from the US versus a local there. Their cosplay. Dude, that's really what it seems like. It's actually super funny, man. That was the funniest thing. Like, I could pick them out. I'm like, what are you doing? They're the same Americans that go around the UK or at a Union Jack where, dude, it's so obvious to see. Like, yeah, no, it's super funny. I thought it was hilarious. Yeah, Flavia, that was the funniest thing, man. That made me, I was like, actually seeing that, I was like, wow, I don't need to worry about not blending in. Just wear jeans and a nice shirt, like, then you're good to go. And some sneakers and you're fine. So many influences with their boyfriends taking pictures of them. Oh my god, it was insufferable. Bree, if we lived there and you had to see that every day, I think I'd go insane. I don't want a large farva. I want a gosh dang liter of cola. Dude, it was so funny, man. Oh my goodness. It's fashion. Yeah, I get it. I get it. It was funny, man. All right. Hey, Waz. 53-month resub. I went to Rome as a kid, and I think I broke a tiny restaurant owner's heart by demanding pizza margarita instead of any of the incredible pastas or meats he offered. Yeah, don't do that. I mean, I know you know now, but... Yeah, that made me laugh. It was a good thing. Anyway. Anyway, so New Glenn scrubbed because of solar activity. There was what's called a coronal mass ejection a couple of days ago, and what that is so there's the grav well of the sun. It's called the solar corona, and basically because the sun is gigantic, it has a ridiculous gravitational pull, but also the sun is like this fiery pulsating, fusion reactor, and just like anything that's generating power, right? It burps. It has a backfire from time to time. So, long story short, like solar winds are when the sun, if you think of the sun as like a power plant has exhaust. The sun has exhaust. Every once in a while, you get a backfire, right? It's not called a backfire. It's called the CME, right? And the backfire is so strong that it breaks the solar corona. The backfire is so ridiculously powerful that it's enough to shoot ejecta. Ejecta's a volcanic term, but whatever. Out of the solar corona, it'll hit solar escape velocity. That's what a CME is, a coronal mass ejection. And basically, sun burped the other day, and Earth was directly in the path of it. It's going on right now. If you guys go outside tonight, you'll see why. If you look up in the sky, provided it's clear, if you're in North America, if you look up in the sky, look to the north, if the sky is like pulsating red, yeah, that's why they scrubbed. You do not want to launch a satellite into that. So, coronal mass ejecta is, it's basically shooting out plasma. It's basically, it's ionized radiation. And it does perturb things. It's wind, because it's like weather. It's like the wind, but it's radioactive wind. That's good. It's also full of protons, neutrons, electrons. It's full of all kinds of stuff. Like, so it will play havoc with a computer. Any satellites on orbit that are outside of the magnetic field, Yeah, it's gonna play. It's not gonna play nice with those. Now, here's the thing. The reason why I say look north, right? Or I suppose if you're in Australia, you could look south, probably see it. You could look to the Aurora Australis. That's probably there. The reason why is because Earth's magnetic field is kind of around the sides of Earth. It kind of follows the equatorial plane for the most part. Don't get me wrong, it's not just around the equator. The magnetic field doesn't look like Saturn's rings, right? It's a magnetic field, so it's kind of like think like a pumpkin shape almost. A little past Halloween, but it's like this. So at the north and south pole of Earth, right, that coronal mass ejecta, basically, there's not as much magnetic field up there. It's not as strong because it's around the poles, right? So that coronal mass ejecta hits the gases in the atmosphere, and it creates reactions. Yeah, it creates reactions from the ionized radiation with the gases in our atmosphere, and that's why you have the aurora effects. Yeah, it's more a donut. Yeah, magnetic donut. That's the right way to say it. So I get the reason why it's scrubbed, but I'm so bummed. I've been waiting all day, and it would have been the highlight of your day. Well, we'll see. We'll see when it goes. Donuts. Since the Earth's south pole is starting to point more towards the sun than the north pole, I think the southern hemisphere ended up getting a little bit more auroras. Yeah, the poles do move. It does happen. The energy also follows the field lines drawn to the poles. Yeah, that's another cool thing. We figured that out in the 50s, Andrew. That was actually super, super neat. We figured out that, if you blow up a nuke at one side, if you blow up a nuke, like, out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, right? The radioactivity will go it'll get caught in the magnetic field, and then it'll propagate through the magnetic field to the poles. Yeah, super cool, actually. We figured that out from blowing up nukes in the atmosphere and shooting radiation into the Van Allen belts. There were a couple of high-altitude tests, if I'm remembering right off the top of my head, where they blew up a nuke. They basically goldeneyed a nuke. If you've ever seen the Goldeneye film. Starfish, that's what it's called, yeah. Yeah, likes that happens, yep. Now, who would blow up a nuke in the Pacific? We would. Many times. Yeah, they EMP'd Hawaii. That's right. Yep. Whoops. Oops. How am I doing today? I'm all right, Binary. Hopefully we're out of the woods, and hopefully I can get back to my normal, regular streaming schedule, so... Yeah, that's right, Nova. Yeah, do you guys know that there's lore behind SpongeBob? The reason why all the fish and sponges and starfish are capable of talking is because Bikini Bottom is in Bikini Atoll, and we blew up a ton of nukes there. So they morphed, they radioactively morphed. It's a cartoon. The lore isn't very scientifically accurate, but bear with me. And that's why SpongeBob is sentient. Yep, Bikini Bottom is in Bikini Atoll. Yep, that's why you don't see many. There's not many humans around in SpongeBob. Yep, Fallout ghouls, but with fish. Yep. Also, money. That's also the lore behind Godzilla. Yeah, the lore behind Godzilla is American nuclear testing in the Pacific made a super mutant, and the super mutant attacks Japan. That's the lore behind Godzilla as well. What about David Hasselhoff? What, is it that far-fetched to believe that David Hasselhoff could fly to Bikini Atoll and go hang with fishes and stuff? Also, the Krusty Krab is actually a lobster trap. Money! Yeah, Castle Bravo. Yeah. Castle Bravo is when you Michael Bolton the math behind thermonuclear yields. Whoops. Oops. I always do that. I always screw up some mundane detail. Oh, well, this is not a mundane detail, Michael. Look up Castle Bravo. They, forgot to carry the 1. Oops. What's that oops? All right, where were we? This is where we were the other day. We were working on making landing legs for the Condor 9 rocket here.
Discovery, go and
Hey,
drop.
Tyron, 44-month resub. Thank you. See that little guy? I wouldn't worry about that little guy. You have an uncle who used to work at the nuclear plant in Hanford, Washington. It's a very cool science, but very complicated. You know what, Dan? You're right. Doing nuclear engineering is very difficult. You're not wrong. Understanding what radioactive material does and how we use it to generate power is actually it's pretty straightforward stuff. Radioactive material basically shoots out neutrons, and those neutrons hit atoms with other neutrons. And when the neutrons hit the neutrons in another atom, it's like if you're playing pool and you break, everything just kind of goes everywhere. All nuclear engineering is controlling the rate at which you break neutrons from other atoms. A nuclear bomb does it all at once. That blows up all the neutrons all at once. A nuclear reactor has what's called a moderator. Moderator moderates the rate of neutron flux. How many times, per second or something the neutrons break, right? With a nuclear power plant, it's kind of a slow burn. You don't want high neutron flux with a nuclear reactor. They tried that once in 1986. It didn't work. Destin is doing a series on that. Yep. No, it's Starbase Live, guys. I have Starbase Live going in the background. Also, nuclear reactors just boiling water. Why is all power generation just boiling water? Nova, it's because water has a ridiculous capacity to be able to absorb heat. It's because of the hydrogen. Hydrogen is an excellent thermal conductor. But what makes water so damn good for this is because it can absorb an insane amount of heat before it changes phase. To a gas. Dude, water is like, what's the right way to say this? Water isn't the best thing for being able to generate power, but because it's so readily available, right? Water's everywhere. It's all over the place. It's easy to make. You can make water. That's no problem. It's very simple. It's hydrogen and oxygen. 2 parts hydrogen, 1 part oxygen. Easy peasy. That's not hard to make, right? Because it's so ridiculously easy to make, and because it's so damn good at absorbing heat, and it's pretty readily available, that's what we do. Just boil water. Water is very, very safe. Yeah, it's very safe. It's readily available. It's actually an excellent moderator. Yeah, for what it's worth. Yeah, Dan, that's a good way to put it, yeah. I prefer dihydrogen monoxide. It tastes better, yeah. Yeah. Water is the reason why. Water's kind of a miracle thing going on there. It's ridiculous how much heat it can absorb for just having 2 hydrogen and an oxygen. All right, dudes. So here's what we were working on last time. Let me copy this. Check it out. This is what we were up to. We're going to make some landing legs so we can land our booster. You see? That looks right-ish. So check this out. I made some landing legs out of wings, and here's what we're trying to do. Oh yeah, baby. There's a company that wants to build a modular nuclear reactor here in Indiana that uses lead bismuth to cool the core instead of water. The science behind it is really cool. It's probably a dumb question, but for using water to cool down, is there a difference between salt and fresh water? Well, yeah, I mean, salt is sodium chloride. Water is hydrogen and oxygen. Yeah, very different. I built them myself, Pigeon. Yeah, they're built out of wings. I have a question, which is maybe stupid. If you try to separate hydrogen and oxygen, wouldn't a single oxygen atom be extremely dangerous? Why? Why would it be dangerous, Sick? So if you electrolyze water, right, you're going to separate it. You're going to separate it. You're going to separate the hydrogen and the oxygen. The oxygen will just go into the atmosphere. And probably just become, I think it becomes O2 if I'm remembering right. Right? The hydrogen, though, the hydrogen, when you electrolyze water, hydrogen gas atomizes with the oxygen in the atmosphere. That's dangerous. That's the dangerous part. Hindenburg. Yeah, that's the dangerous part. Yeah, the pure oxygen that you get out of that will combine with oxygen in the atmosphere to create O2. Exactly, it will bond with itself. That's spoiled. I've got to remember. Got to remember this Sabatier reaction. I mean, electrolyzing water isn't totally that, but you get the idea. If you electrolyze salt water, you get chlorine gas. Yeah, that's probably, yeah, you probably shouldn't do that. Probably shouldn't do that. It's probably a bad idea. Water sucks. It really, really sucks. Gatorade is better. All right, so we're working on our landing legs. This is what I kind of have teed up here. We have to make the flip mechanism for it, and we have to make the struts for it. But, yeah. Rondo has electrolytes and menergy. It has what neutrons crave. Running as fast as Kenyans. You're running fast as Kenyans, and you'll go to Kenya. That era of the internet was very fun, man. It was very fun. All right, so let me get everybody up to speed. If you look, this is the current booster that we're using in career mode. It's my Condor 9 prototype. It's derived from the Octo booster that we had. Basically, this is turning into Falcon 9, and I don't care. I'm kind of okay with it. It is what it is. Condor 9 was a booster that I used in one of my sandbox saves a long time ago. Oh, that's not great. We don't want that. It was something that I used in the sandbox save a long time ago. We never actually used it in a career mode. Condor 9 is a Falcon 9 kind of analog. And just like Falcon 9, I want to be able to land my boosters. There's a way to do it in Kerbal. If you guys aren't familiar with how I play, you can boost back and land boosters in the stock game. It's totally doable. You just have to have a kind of a delicate balancing act here. But yeah, this has the Delta V to be able to put whatever we want into space, right? No problem. And we should have the extra fuel to boost back and land. Now, I've built rockets like this before, but the last Condor 9 that I really used didn't really utilize a landing leg like this. It was, it never was really as dialed in as I wanted. You like strawberry? How about raw berry? So, I've built propulsive landing boosters in the past. This is MLV. This is another one. And I built landing legs for it. The landing legs are pretty good. But this one, if you look, it has a bunch of extra stuff down the bottom. This one is designed to be reused without being recovered. So like I can land this, and then the idea is you get a crane and you take the booster and you bring it back, and you could bring it back to the launch pad, and it has a docking port for its hold down point, so you can redock it to your launch pad and launch it again. I never actually ended up building the pad for this thing, but I want to use what I learned from this vehicle. And don't get me wrong, this is just, it's called Project Ares. I last worked on it in 2022. We never really put this vehicle to work. If you look, my serial number on the stage is still 01. But this was designed for a mission mode. This was designed for a game for a rule set with slightly different parameters than the career mode that I'm playing right now. So what I decided that I want to do, we might use MLV someday. We could. What I want to do is build something that's really designed to be a career mode killer, right? You had the little flying rovers to fold up the legs. That was cool. That was a fun time, dude. We could use Condor 9 for mission mode. What I've historically done with Condor 9, if you guys really want to see the final version that I did work on back in the day, it's not exactly like this. It looks like this, but this is actually much. My building technique has evolved a lot since the last time we made a Condor 9 booster at all. I've gotten a lot better at building. I think the last time we built one was we put one together was maybe like 2021, maybe. If you guys want to see what I did with Condor 9 previously, not in a career mode save or even my mission mode save, this was in a sandbox save. I still have the craft file in my engineering mode save. I'll show you. Okay, what do you have? A question I have is how much margin does this craft have even to propulsively land? From my memory, it's never had enough and would blow up every time, but for the water, right? King, don't worry, I have problems. I got a way to fix that. Don't worry about that. Hey, Element. Readings from the Mayo Clinic. Oh, boy. Drive sucked, plus rush hour. Tested your patience. Yep. Somebody that's been basically commuting into Boston for the past 2 weeks. Yep. So here, let me show you guys the last version of Condor that we worked on. This would have been our sandbox save. Oh, that's the upper stage with its trailer. No, I don't want that. And there's also... Dude, compare this to the Rigel capsule, to be honest. Compare the, or not the Rigel, compare it to the Taurus capsule. Look at this dang thing. This thing is like a sledgehammer compared to the Taurus capsule that we built, which is not a sledgehammer. The Taurus capsule is much more well made than this. Look at that thing. That's the old upper stage and everything. It's got docking ports all over it. Oh boy, I could build much more concise than this. I mean, you've seen it. This is what I'm after right here. This 1,800 part monstrosity. What type of landing legs were we... Oh God. We were still using the flip docking landing legs. This is pre-robot. Really? There's no way that... There is no freaking way that we wouldn't have used robot. When did Breaking Ground come out? Hold on. Why was I using flip legs? What the hell? Breaking Ground expansion was announced on May 6th and released May 30th, 2019. What's the date on this thing? Oh. May 20th. Oh. But that's May 20th, 2020, so that means robotics would have been around for a year. Yeah, there is robotic parts on this. I probably just hadn't... I know what it was. Robotics were not well understood here. I didn't really understand what it takes to make these go together. See, look, I have this cringe fest of a hydraulic mechanism here. Let's just say I understand mechanical engineering a little bit better than this. Oh dear. Wait, can we see that flip mechanism working? That's the hydraulic reset. Verticator 154. How does this thing actually move? Oh my lord. Okay. Yeah. So that means that the last version of Condor 9 that we used didn't even have hybrid. It didn't even have hybrid tech. So how these landing legs work? They undock. They use a thermo bearing, so that's actually a hinge. This piece right here is attached to the leg, and this piece is a housing. The thermometers hold that RCS ball in place, and the landing legs actually become separate vehicles. And they flip down, and when they flip down, it attaches to that docking port right there. And then all four landing legs redock, and then you land. That was how we did it. We actually separated the landing legs from the vehicle. And all these other docking ports here, I don't even know why those... What is this? Oh. I made removable hinges so you could service the booster. I do believe the entire thrust structure from this is attached on a docking port. So, if I had a Condor 9 that needed a new engine section, we could take it off and put a new one on. I don't think we had swappable engines, Mason. I could make swappable engines, but that would increase the part count big time. So, you see all this? See all that? And yes, if anybody's wondering, I built the entire launch complex for it. That's what I like doing. This is really my favorite thing to do in the game. It's just not the best content, per se. Yeah, it has the horizontal integration facility. I have the transporter erector. The transporter erector can attach and detach from the hydraulics. We have a tank farm on board, a monopropellant farm. I even built the flame trench, and they're up there somewhere is the crew access arm. All right. You know what? Real quick. should download Hangar Expander. It deletes the hangar. Nah, I'm good. I highly doubt this mechanism still works.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh my goodness, we were using landing gear for the cranes. Oh, that's cracking bait so hard, dude. Yeah, using something that has suspension on it for a crane, not smart. Sprung weight with a crane is not a good idea. That's why. Yeah, so this thing doesn't work anymore. So, yeah, yeah, let's not. But you get the idea. The point is that version of Condor 9, that was the last version that we ever used. I can't believe that. I cannot believe that that was the last version that we did. Wow, that is ridiculously complicated for what it is. This is like removable hinges, dude. Like, okay, all right. Let's just say it's good for the time, and just pretend that isn't just mental illness manifesting as a Kerbal Craft file. Okay, it's good for the time. Now let's go back over. Yeah, past you was smarter than you. You know, I asked my dad, Mason, you know, could we build Condor 9 pad today? And he said, no, we don't know how. The pandemic did a lot of things to all of us. I think that's pre-pandemic, Saffron, which is... Oops. To be fair, that was peak corn streams. Yeah, May of 2020. That's right, dude. For the quarantine streams, I built Condor 9's pad again. I built a revised version. Dude, I forgot. That's right. I built a revised version and I was like, oh, yeah. I'm a much better builder than I was 5 years ago. I could build it way better nowadays. Fast forward to now. I am a much better builder nowadays and I can build it better and I'm going to show you. I don't know if we'll build the pad, though. The pad is a little expensive. Heard that before. Yeah, you did. But I didn't lie. Where's the lie? There ain't none. Yeah, also, John, the new computer, the freaking new computer can run an 1800 part. It can run 1800 parts above 50% sim rate, which is... Boy, you have no idea how much I want to try building out a launch complex for a rocket. I'm trying as hard as I can to resist and just keep playing career. Because... yeah, I want to. Where's that Star Raker to test the PC? We did it. We tested it, Daitor. I actually... Dude... It didn't take like 3 hours to get into space. It only took about 45 minutes to get near space. The problem with Star Raker is that it makes way too much drag. Kerbal just doesn't understand what I was trying to do with that, and that's on me. It's on the engineer. I built it. The game hasn't changed, you know. We want you to build. You want me to build Star Raker in career, or the? No. Oh, he'll do it too. I know you would, Simmons. Good man. You're a legend at breaking this game, bro. Just go for it. Build the Saturn V's launch complex. That would require building a crawler transporter. I think I've demonstrated that I can build a CT. Like, we could do it, Nova, but I'm not going to, unless you want me to take up 6 months of your time. I'm pretty sure people would rather see this. With that being said, guys, being away from building launch complexes for a little while, I do get the itch to make them, and I constantly am thinking about ways in Kerbal to make them work better. With hybrid tech and stuff, this should not be difficult. We should be able to build whatever. And I have a little bit more of a fundamental understanding of mechanical engineering than I did even 5 years ago. Your all-time favorite build was the aircraft carrier. Dude, the aircraft carriers were fun. I still would love to explore Kerbin like that. It's just these grandiose projects that I used to do in Kerbal. I did them really not knowing anything about what I was trying to make, if that makes any sense. Like, when we made the Midway, dude, like, the hell do I know about aircraft carriers? You know? Yeah, Mackenzie, we'll just build a simplified landing mechanism that is designed to be recovered. You know what I mean? Not like fully 100% reused. I do most of the things that I try to do. I do because I want to learn. I want to learn how it works. That's why I built out Falcon 9's entire launch complex, because I wanted to understand what it takes to put one of those things together. But yeah. I would really like to see how you do off-world launch complexes. Chloe, that was my original idea. My original idea was if you could build launch complexes on Kerbin, you could build a launch and integration area on the moon or on Minmus or whatever. It turns out that GSE is a gigantic rabbit hole, and that project never manifested itself. Closest we got was the career mode save in late 2019, where I had the moon crane. We should bring that back. The moon crane was a good idea. Yeah, I just want to keep playing career for now, but I do still sometimes get the urge to make like ball bearings or something. All right. So, we're working on the landing legs. I do believe that I screwed this thing up. That's where we left off. I screwed up the symmetry on this. If I try to move it, it's going to break it. Yep. Forced radial, because I'm an idiot. Kenzie, you love it. I can't do anything in this game, so it amazes me what y'all's community can create. Absolutely inspiring and insightful. Yes, I'm from Texas and use y'all. Mackenzie, I've never heard a Texan say that something can't be done. That's not Texan. What's wrong with you? You got the freaking Yankee over here telling you to... Come on, build it. You can do it, build it. I know that's not what you meant, but also, Texan saying it can't be done. SMH my head. Tom Seal, what's up, man? Chris, hey, thanks for the $1 super chat. Appreciate you, man. You should totally build a fully functioning NASA VAB. Part count would be our limitation there, ship 20. All right, well, I screwed up the landing legs here, so we'll make another one. I'll make another set. I noticed that we use the wing strake and then structural wing D, and they're actually two different. That wing thickness is slightly different. So I think we'll have better results if we do this here. Let me remake this again, but we're gonna make it with mirror sim. Oh, the rocket is tilted 45 degrees. Dude, this is gonna sound crazy, but I started watching you freshman year of high school, but about to get your master's degree in history to teach out in your old high school. I helped so much. Oh, hell yeah, dude. All right, these prototypes, we don't need those. They're caca. We can make a better one now. That's cool, Mackenzie. Right on. Here's the current progress of your station build. What's that demo? So, demo, you were telling me it works with your arm works with RCS translation. What did you exactly mean here? I'm actually just kind of picking your brain here because I'm not 100% sure what that means. Are your hinges like not powered or something? And do you have RCS on your end effector? Because yeah, that robotic arm is sick, man. That's a really nice candid arm too. Here's a video on how it works. Okay. See, Mackenzie, this is me doing what you were just saying. You know, when I come up with an idea, the community usually bounces back and comes up with something nuts. All right. So you pin the servo. Oh, you're using docking mode. But, wait, what? Okay, I'm confused. Skip ahead to like halfway through. So you have docking mode. Oh man, if we can get the arm to, yeah, demo this. So you're not using any code here or anything. There's no KRPC backend on this, right? No new Glen launch today, Bill. It scrubbed out. Solar Storm. Nothing at all. You're just using AGs. I didn't think that, Mackenzie, for what it's worth. Docking mode just gives you a little bit of a better reference frame. I never use that. I never use docking mode because docking mode didn't exist in KSP when I learned how to dock things together. I only opened docking mode so you could see translation inputs. It's not necessary. So you're telling me that? So yeah, Werner von Kermit demo. Is that right? What Werner said over in the YouTube chat. Do you have your robotics bound to axis controls, the RCS axis controls? They're hard coded to it. I found a mod recently that added inverse kinematic functionality to the Cal controller. Cool. At some point in the video, you open the AGs and see them. It's impressive, dude. So you basically fudged some inverse kinematics here. There they are. Nice. Okay. That's pretty good, man. I'd still like to write some robotic code for it, dude. Just that'd be probably a good exercise. But that is pretty cool, man. Pretty neat. All right, let's jump back over here. And let's build ourselves some landing legs. Oh, I am going to start with a new alligator hinge. So I screwed up the hierarchy in with these things. Unfortunately, it was my bad. We can easily make them again. That's no problem. Or did we? Let's see. Yep. Yeah, it forced radial.
Discovery,
thing,
go at
which
throttle up.
Sucks. Galactic Translite, Tier 1, 6 months in advance. Thanks for the ongoing space education. Well, you're very welcome. Thank you for watching. All right, so I don't want wing strength. Let's use the structural wing type C. That needs to be placed with the flat side out, more or less. Here, let's remove these from symmetry and then just get rid of its piece. Sometimes in the game, guys, it forces radial symmetry onto an item. If you attach something that's in mirror symmetry radially, like if you put it in 4 times symmetry instead of 2x mirror. So like you have symmetry modes here. See how you have the square instead of the dot? The thing is that radial symmetry overwrites mirror symmetry. So if I attached these wings that are in mirror symmetry radially in 4 times sim, it'll overwrite. It'll overwrite it to 2x radial. So if you go to move it again, it'll break it. It's just, yeah, Kerbal hierarchy. What do you want? So I have to unfortunately remake these, but that's not going to take very long. All right, so let's do this, and then what we'll do here is we will make the prototype. Oh, this is facing the wrong direction. You know, that might be advantageous. Hold on. All right, so just take the prototype and just put the prototype wing over here so we don't lose it. Now we go here like this, and we are going to dial in mirror. Right? Just move these out like that. Now we need to get the angular rotation. So put this thing back into position, right? And if we take these things, we rotate them up, and we more or less use localized rotation to move this into position here, like that. Just try to get it more or less in the right spot comparatively to the old one. I also learned that the action group percentage a second translation is dependent on the applied angle in it. not the parts max limit. So if you have a servo only set to minus 90, then 1% is actually 1.8 degrees a second. It meant that I actually needed to craft, file, edit my shuttle's arm to make it move correctly. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense, dude. Alright. Now, I'll take the old wing prototype. We'll just put it up here. And then we'll fudge around with this to make sure that everything fits correctly. Let's see if we can just... like that. Oh, that's slick. Now, I have, at the back of this thing, kind of clipped into everything, I have these rulers right here with struts. These rulers are showing the rotational axis for the landing legs. Falcon 9's landing legs, obviously, you have the landing legs that has, the landing legs is kind of a delta shape like this, and where my palm is right there with this shape has to pivot on the same axis. So basically, the ends of the landing leg wings need to line up with these. Right? So I'm just testing the shape to make sure that this is lined up there. And instead of using, robotic, the thermal bearing hinges, right? Instead of doing that, we're using these. We're just going to use a robotic hinge. And then when the landing leg flips out, right? And it flips into the downward position like that. When it flips downward, we just lock the hinge before the thing comes into land. Pretty easy. That should be good enough for refurbishment. So like, landing the stage, hitting the recovery button, and then, just career mode rules. So just recover it. You get it back. It's there. Would you support the school that now takes your phone away because having it and not using it? I don't think taking kids' phones away from them is the right solution. You have to teach kids to deal with the phone and not be distracted by it. I think taking away the phone is just going to make kids want to use the phone more. And it'll make it worse. Teach kids to live with the phone, not take it away. But nobody wants to talk about that. Because, Ator, if I was your age and adults were telling me to not use the phone, don't use the phone, I would just want to use the phone more. Like, sorry. Faraday cage the classrooms. Yeah, there you go. I mean, I know me. I know what I'm about. I know what I'm about, son. I remember that, Zarek. Yeah, they did say that, didn't they? You know what? This is good. I like this, but yeah, that's not really how I want this to fit together, to be honest. Today my school's director saw a friend of mine with the phone before school started, and she wanted to take it away, and my friend just said no. It's not the government's job to be a kid's parent. It's the parent's job. Also that. It's a good point, Josh. Yeah. I'm going to take our prototype here and I'm going to attach it to this, something that's easily rotatable into position. So if we take this piece and we rotate it 45 degrees, I can easily move this into position to see if it lines up with my markers. So once again, the strut going through here is measuring the rotational axis. And we just got to make sure that these line up. If they don't line up with the X point right there, we're gonna have issues. Actually, you know what would probably be good here? Do that in 4 times sim, right? And then rotate this like this, and then move this way like that. And then just make sure that that's in the right position. There we go. That'll make it so the whole thing is easier to prototype. Cool. Excellent. That's actually really good. Here, some parents just say, my kid is like this. They don't care about what I say to justify for everything. And then their kid is smoking green stuff. Hey, so remember what I said. It's your education. Try to get what... Dude, don't worry about anybody else. Try to get what you want out of it. Make sure that that's on the same rotational axis. There we go. Perfect. Now, what happens if we move these so they're in position like that? Wow, that looks awful. Yeah, nope, don't like it. No, sir, I don't like it. We'll go back to using the smaller wing strake. That looks like poop. Did you see it when I copied it, guys, though? Look. When I copied it, it wanted to attach in radial. No good. We have to force mirror sim back on this thing. There we go. Excellent. We gotta flip this thing over. We got the Jake break going on Starbase Live. Did you guys? I don't know if you guys could hear that. Okay, this is gonna, the control point on this is a little bit funky. What can we do to fix that? How do I make this more controllable? Because it's kind of hard to get the thing to line up. What would we ideally want to be rotating off of? It would be nice if I could rotate off of a control point right there. Last, Sloss got a tour of the RS-25 factory. Watch those clips I sent. Don't show though. It is the functioning. It's a functioning mobile base. Yeah, I built a functioning mobile base on Space Station Freedom a little while back. Demo. I'm not sure where you were, but that's awesome, dude. Mackenzie, I'm building landing legs for my rocket so we can save on costs by bringing it back and reusing it, or well, at least recovering it. We're gonna have 4. Okay, I'm gonna make another prototype landing leg here, but this is only going to be used for alignment purposes. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna take a set of the leg sides right here, right? Guys, this is a little bit on Kerbal hierarchy, right? How does this all work? Like, obviously, I need this thing to kind of hug the side of the booster, like what Falcon 9s do. Right? You don't want them I don't want them hanging out, hanging off the side. And we in real life, you want them like snug up against it because aerodynamics will rip them off if you're not careful. Kerbal, that doesn't make that much of a difference, but I want to make sure we got this right. So what I'm going to do is I have a set of cubic octagonal struts right here. And I'm going to move them into the pivot position here. Okay? And then I'm going to move my landing leg pieces, right? See how that's in the pivot position? This is right where the bottom of the leg should attach. What I'm going to do is take the leg piece itself, right? And we are going to align the very end of that thing and get it into what we think is the approximate position. Now, this will be easier to manipulate and control. Now, these are the final landing legs. What I'm gonna do is use this as a template, right? We obviously need this to point that way, and then we need it to point up, like that. Now, if I take, well, that'll work. I was gonna say we gotta flip the other landing legs out of the way, but I attached everything to the hinge. I shouldn't have done that. I attach these pieces to the fuel tank. So what we can do is I can rotate my prototype. We can rotate the prototype out of the way. And now, because I'm controlling the rotation of this piece, well, that's not exactly aligned right there. Yeah, I see why it wasn't aligned, because of the wing shape. Got it. All right, that's fine. Nice. Let me move that right there. And now this should be easier using localized rotation to figure out exactly where these pieces basically need to be. Right? We can we have much finer control over this. And I can use this to figure out exactly what the position of these legs need to be. It's just, it's a little bit easier to control the manipulation this way. Hang on, I screwed up. My rotation was not good that time. Because this rotates off the back of the cubic octag, see? And I had it 10 centimeters behind where it needed to be, so that wasn't gonna work. So let's try this again. 5 degrees up. Rotate 5 degrees inward. And then I think we rotated 25 up like that. Huh. Okay. This should have solved that problem. Hold on. Maybe if we move this up. There. Oh, that's good. That's almost it. That's almost there. That's almost the right spot. We're just gonna have to... We gotta rotate them down a little bit. And then rotate them this way. That's close. Just getting some slight clipping right there. That's not bad. But see how much easier it is to place all this when your control point is down here instead of like trying to rotate it from there? Much easier to get this aligned. I'm trying to get these lines parallel to each other. See the lines on the outsides of the wing? I'm trying to get them to be like that, but not exactly. That's not exactly what we want, again. That's actually pretty good. I mean, I think we might have to compromise between finding... Actually, hold on. Maybe we can point this up just a little bit more. Yeah, this makes for much easier prototyping. At some point, is it worth folding the longer wings towards one another? I think, Panderific, I think I might end up utilizing some wing tessellation here to get this to work. Yeah, individually tweaking these to get it to wrap correctly. But if we did that, I'd have to remake the wings hierarchially. We'd have to make this the control part and that so we'd have to make this the parent part and that the child part. So right now, if I select the strake is this is attached to the strake, not vice versa. But, you know, that actually might work. Hold on. So that's more or less what we need. Now, let's just tweak this a little bit. That would be what we want. Right? And then if we could just rotate this inwards a little bit, like that. A little farther. That's pretty good. Now, if we take this piece, we just tweak it a little bit. See, that's out of our rotation now. We're out of rotation, so let's see if we can do something like that. How else could we get around this? Can't do that. Can't do that that way. We don't have the right wings to do it. Teaching part hierarchy is in vanilla. Yeah, it is. I actually don't mind that. That's fine. It doesn't follow the shape exactly, but it's dang close. The reason why I want to try to make a nice looking seam right here is because in past designs, what I had to do is put flags over this to make up for the fact that this wasn't like all parallel, and it looked terrible. This way, I think we are pretty good. And then if you look at it from the side, it kind of gives the optical illusion that it's a straight line. Even though it almost is, but it's kind of not. But see, on Falcon 9, that is a straight line, dude. The landing legs are straight, but they can kind of make a compound-ish shape.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm happy with that. It doesn't look exactly the part, but it's damn close. So now that I have the positions that I want, we can take the hinge, the actual hinge piece, move it down into position, right? And let me just make sure the hinge is set to the rotation point. That's the angle, that's the point of rotation, right? That's fine. Now we just bring these up and we match the template. Actually, better solution. We change the relationship between these two wings. So take that, copy this.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Now we can tweak and move these into position. So move those up like that. Move the angle, the hinge rotation into the right spot. I don't like that doesn't necessarily align, but that's okay. Hey, Sim. Rares with a 95-month resub, and then Marrakesh with a 67. Simcopter, what's up, dude? How you doing? How's the family, man? Everything good? I'm just up to my Kerbal shenaniganry in here. Yeah, everything's doing good on my end, dude. Now we just got to get these two things to Z-fight. Yeah, doing all right, dude. The kids are good. 6 and 3 now. Oh, man. What is time, dude? What is time? Yeah, everything's good, brother. Everything is good. It's good to see you, man. You guys know Simcopter. Simcopter's an old school streamer. You go way back to the time where the most popular streams on Twitch, probably the most popular streamers on Twitch, were actually playing video games. Are we old, Sim? Ugh. Not sure how I feel about that. I think we may be old. What are you gonna do? Hey, dude, it's good to see you. All right, so now let's see what we got. Go here, ready? We gotta set that to 110 degrees. Maybe 120. 120 might be our... No, 115. Good. All right, sweet. So what I'm gonna do is take these, or take that thing, I'm gonna copy it, I'm just gonna put it down there, and then we can get rid of these. So, there we go. There is one part of the landing leg design. I hate that, I hate it, I hate it, I hate that it's crooked. But I don't think I have wings that can make that exact shape without making this look funky. Unless we want to copy this and tweak it a little bit more. Let's just put a prototype down there. That's why I made a prototype craft file, dudes. So we can modify it without screwing up the actual rocket's craft file. Yeah, it's really kind of imperative that this thing has the straight landing legs. That has to be a pretty dang straight line, or else it doesn't look right. I'm not going for Uncanny Valley. I want people to look at this and be like, yo, that's Falcon 9. It's freaking Falcon 9. And here I made the manipulator. I made that manipulator piece, right? Like, get this right, but yeah, it is what it is. It's fine. Curved body parts would be needed to avoid that. I think we can get it, dude. Just dealing with some good old geometry here. We just gotta play with it. Gotta play with it, we gotta be patient. How's that? That's pretty dang close. So what we can do, Panderific, what I'm going to do to compensate here is we'll have the landing leg clipping a little bit. It'll be clipping a little bit into the actual rocket, which, whatever. We could use that to compensate for the fact that we can't make it geometrically perfect, right? Could definitely use that to our advantage. That's why I made this kind of wrap around, and then when it folded out, the landing leg looked bent. Falcon, it looked bent. It didn't look good, right? Falcon's landing legs don't work like that. You just got to jiggle the handle. So we can use the slight part clipping to get it close. We can get it close, and that's fine. Yeah, there's also like a hemispherical shape up here at the front. That definitely would help. Try just a slight rotation right there to get that purple. Make sure the top looks good. Yeah, now that I did that, we fudged up that. Okay, so gotta rotate it that way, put it that way just a little bit. Rotate it a little more like that. Okay. And then now we just gotta rotate it inwards just a bit. Maybe go out and down just a smidge. I'm happy with that. That's fine. That's perfectly good, dudes. All right, cool. Let's do prototype revision 1 so we don't lose all these all the other prototypes. Kept them in the prototype prime file. Right? And now we have the final revision. That's the landing leg. We got it. Now, we got to work on the rest of the mechanism, and that's what the R1 revision is going to be. How are you going to be able to control the opening of the landing legs? Chris, we could do it with an action group. Do you use some mods? Tomsio, I don't use any gameplay mods. It's just mostly visual stuff. And then I have a flag pack with a bunch of custom skins. Less parts, more better. That's the power of EJ. Yep. This will be the lightest, the strongest, and the lowest part count landing legs we've ever made. I know where to make optimizations all over the place. When will you update the flag pack? What's not updated about it? Perfect. Perfect. You win. How my brain works? Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate it. I see you use lots of flags that are in the flag. Lots of flags that are in the flag path that are panel textures. Oh yeah, the insulative piece. Yeah. I'll talk to the guy that put the flag pack together, Milo, and we'll see if we can get you an update. Yeah, that's right. You don't have you probably don't have like the wing texture and the truss texture, right? Those are the two that are the super ones. It comes with the numbers, letters, and color swatches, doesn't it? Along with the insulative shape. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll talk to the guy that did the flag pack for me. I'll see if we can get a quick update to it. Oh, I see. I've been playing too much Battlefield. We gotta stop. Cursing too much. Sorry, guys. I apologize. I'll time myself out for a second. Sorry, I got a splitting headache. Battlefield for after hours? Yeah. You prefer spicy EJ? Really? Why? I think late night tired EJ is very uncouth. Like I don't like it. I really don't like that part of me, dude, to be honest. But Now, coming up with a shape to bridge that to make the landing leg look perfect is not, I don't think we have anything here that's going to do that. We are in a world of professional content creators who touch their staff. Oh. So now the pendulum has swung and the authenticity is huge. I mean, guys, yeah, I don't... I try not to get, like, super pissed off on stream, but when it comes to this job, I do wear my heart on my sleeve. I do tell you what I think about spaceflight and policy and stuff like that. Like, I don't do that to, like, drive content. I do that to show you that I have a bad time too. Like, even somebody that sits here and plays video games all day is still gonna have to deal with things, you know? Like, I don't like streamers, that's not the right way to say it. You know, because the truth of the matter is that there's no manual for streaming. You do whatever works, right? But I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like it's happy-go-lucky every day. Like, I'm just like, all the time. I'm not, because I'm a person. Because that's what that's human. It's kind of important. Remember that. We're not machines. It'd be nice. It'd be a lot easier. But yeah, no. It's not how that works. Dan, you like the what the heck are you doing NASA spicy, EJ? Yeah. I gotta take some ibuprofen, guys. Give me 1 second. Yeah, Sim, exactly. 100%. Life sucks sometimes. We appreciate you being genuine. Yeah, man. I mean, you know. Dude, sometimes you're going to have problems. And I think it's important to demonstrate that because, you know, Sim, and once again, this might just be because we're old. Like, yeah, it's genuine. Like, I don't hide if I'm having a bad day. You know, sometimes I do, but like you know, what's a bad day for me? I play video games all day, you know? But like if I'm actually having problems, like, and I have to go, like, I don't exactly hide it either. Like, I can have a bad day, even though our jobs are playing video games all day. Like, I can have a bad day. That happens, you know? It happens to everybody. I just think that, yeah, just being happy-go-lucky on stream is not very genuine. Yeah. It just never strike me as something I should be doing. I gotta take some ibuprofen though, guys. I gotta find it. I have it out here somewhere. I have a bottle of it. Bill's here. Ibuprofen. BF6 is pretty dang good therapy. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna sit there and pretend like I don't get pissed off, but like, the other thing with Battlefield, guys, is that I do it to myself. I really do. It's my own fault for getting in there and getting shot all the time because I like running in and gunning. That's my favorite thing to do in Battlefield. Like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like it's not totally my freaking fault for getting domed by somebody for running in and trying to shoot 5 people all at once, you know? I got to be a little bit more patient in Battlefield, but the thing is that if you're patient in Battlefield, you allow the other team to get set up, and once they set up shop, you're kind of screwed. I think it's out in the shop. I'll be right back. 1 second. So if I could just learn to be a little bit more patient with Battlefield, you know, despite the swearing and stuff, I think it could be way better content. I think more people would watch. That's good. Just can't find it. I don't know where the heck it went. I cleaned my, when we cleaned the office, I, reorganized everything. And I'm like, yeah, I'll know where everything is. Nope. I gotta check behind the screen again, dudes. Give me 1 second. I think it's on the floor over here. Nope, not there. Well, that's good. Gonna have a headache for a little while. Oh, wait a minute. I know where it could be. One more spot. I'll be right back. All right. No, blue isn't happening today, guys. You mean ibuprofen? Yeah. It's my my test article for the pad. Did anybody figure out what that thing does? Yeah, Dan, exactly that too, dude. You have no idea how much that drives me up the wall. All right. Tomorrow with Friday as a backup. Cool. All right. Sweet. So we have our landing legs. That's more or less exactly where we want. I mean, I might want to put like a nose cone or something up here at the front of the thing to make it look right. Yeah, that'll do it. Nope, I don't like it. That looks terrible. We do need something up here. We need an intermediary piece to tie the wings together, because technically the wings are just both attached to the hinge. They're not attached right here. We could strut them together, or we could use an intermediary piece and strut to the intermediary. I like the idea of using an intermediary piece, like a cubic octag. And I'll tell you guys why in a sec. So let me move this into position like that, and then we rotate it 45 degrees. I want an intermediary piece because I need something to attach the strut to, the pneumatic struts that Falcon 9 uses. And I want to make it so it's not sticking out. So right there should be okay. Now, here's where we get super trick with this design. Obviously, we want grandparent struts, right? Now, how I have this set up is the hinge, the wing strake is attached to the hinge, and then the structural wing type D is attached to the wing strake. So we have parent part, or grandparent part, parent part, child part. You want to make this thing really dang strong? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a pair of struts. And if you see here, the cubic octag is right there, right? If we take a pair of struts and we put them in 2x mirror symmetry, we rotate them 45 degrees, and we run struts from the cubic octag through the wing back to the wing strake, like that, right? Now my wing shapes are all tied together. The wings that make up the structural part of the landing leg are tied to here through a strut, but you can't see the strut because it's going through the wing. If we want to make these look right, just rotate those into position. So now it ties everything together. And now we still have some surface area to attach the gas strut. So Falcon 9, guys, uses, if anybody has like an older car with a trunk with pneumatic rods, so you open up the trunk and it makes it, or the hood of a car and it goes, it makes the noise. Those are pneumatic gas struts. Falcon 9 basically has those on its landing legs. They're just bigger and way stronger. It's just a gigantic gas strut. That's why the landing legs kind of have their weird shape. Because if you see it, it bulges right here because that's where the gas strut is. The gas strut's actually inside of the landing leg. When the landing leg opens, the gas strut is attached at the top up here to the leg, and at the bottom, it's attached to Falcon 9. Here, I'll show you. Let me find a better picture. There we go. See? When the leg folds up, the gas strut is in this area right here. See that? We can do this. And look, I attached my cubic octag on my landing leg at the forward position for the gas strut. And then the other side of the gas strut is attached here. It's attached to the outside of the tank. Now, interesting thing with Falcon 9, there's a huge, you can see it, there's a huge aluminum plate that's attached here to strengthen up this area, to basically gusset this area, because this gets a little, the load being put on the booster, you don't want to have the landing legs push in and crumple your RP1 tank, right? So you need some reinforcement. From here to here, that's the rocket propellant 1, or the kerosene tank, right? And if you're pushing on the outside of the tank with without any structural reinforcement, it's going to do this. It's going to squish it like that. You don't want that. So you can see they gusseted a huge plate right in there. You can see it. It's kind of, it looks like a home plate in baseball. And that with the milled stringers on the inside of this and aluminum lithium alloy makes, yeah, that's enough. I mean, you got to also understand that the residual pressure inside of the tank when the booster's landed also prevents this from crumpling in on itself, just like this. Like, I can't crumple this hole fully because there's a cap on it, right? Same idea. Is that background real? This is a real picture, yeah. This is a real picture from the Falcon Heavy. This is, I don't know if it's Falcon Heavy demo flight. This is just a long exposure, so the stars are better. See how all the people are blurry? The guy's moving around. This is just a little bit of a long exposure to get the stars. I have no idea who took this picture. I think SpaceX Actual took that one. But yeah, a little bit of word on how the whole thing works with Falcon 9. And if you notice, guys, it has this thing right here. Anybody know what that is? It's the flip rod. So this thing is what starts the whole landing leg mechanism. Once again, the gas strut is passive. It's not like being pressurized by a COPV. When the thing expands, it's like, once again, like the struts on your car, right? Like a gas strut for the trunk or the hood of your car. Once you flip it open, that thing wants to expand, okay? It wants to expand fully. All you got to do with the landing legs, all SpaceX does is just flick. This little prop rod basically just does this. It just pushes the landing leg out, and gravity takes over from there. The gas strut expands, forces the leg down into the downward position, right? And there you go. And then there's a locking collet in the design. There's a locking collet to make sure that the gas strut doesn't recompress. It just, yeah, those little rods on the side just flick the legs open. And I know what people say, well, what's all this? What's all the rest of this stuff? Well, those are the locks to keep the landing leg. Those are the locks to keep the landing leg in place when it's not being used. These things flip open, they unlock, and then the pusher rod pushes it, and the whole thing comes out. That's the newest design of landing legs. You can see these are the locking pieces right here. That one in the center is for locking the gas strut in position. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? Those are the locks for the legs. They open when the legs deploy. Now, the older designs of Falcon 9 landing legs actually had these here. They were on the sides. But they made an internal locking mechanism for aerodynamic purposes. Like if we look at older landing legs, see that has the internal locking mechanism, right? If we look at the older landing leg design, let me see if I can find one. The locking mechanism is on the outside of the landing leg. See that? That's the old design. With Block 5, SpaceX redesigned, they basically redesigned the entire landing leg for Block 5. Like, they didn't just paint them black and be like, yeah, it's good. No, they redesigned it and made an internal latching mechanism to make this more aerodynamically clean. Pretty cool. And that's basically how it's been since Block 5 started flying. Now, we have a spot for the gas strut right there. Now we need an attachment piece. Lev, what's up? If a booster loses control over a roll and flips over after grid fin deployment into prograde, the center of mass is too low, right? I think I should probably find a balance so it doesn't flip. Well, Lev, if you're trying to boost back and land a booster, yeah, you should... I don't wonder why they didn't profile the grid fins to be more aerodynamic when folded. It's negligible. It's a negligible thing, Hellfish. It's not making that much drag. The fairing is pushing most of the air out of the way. Lev, the booster shouldn't have much fuel in it when you're doing a boost back and landing comparatively to like when you're taking off, right? It shouldn't have much. Your center of mass on the booster, like during boost back and landing, should be down here somewhere. In fact, I can tell you exactly where Falcon 9's center of mass roughly is when it lands. Go back to looking at that picture. You guys tell me, where do you think the center of mass is, more or less? Where's the center of gravity on a booster right when it lands? There's a giveaway, and it has to do with the landing leg design. It's not exactly true to scale box, it's more of a trying to get it to work in KSP. The bottom, yeah, obviously. Because all your 9 engines are down here, well, that's what's in rocket science, that's what's called dry mass. Unless you have an engine that's designed to ablate away or, you know, jettison or whatever over time, that mass doesn't change. The mass of your fuel tanks does. Your fuel and oxidizer tank. So if your fuel and oxidizer tank are almost empty, with a little bit of oxygen here and a little bit of fuel here, right? The interstage up there is quite light comparatively to your engine section. Your center of gravity is going to be right there. It's exactly where the 4 struts all attach to each other. Might be a little up or down depending on fuel level, but that's basically where the COM is. That's your center of gravity. That's how heavy the engine section actually is comparatively to the rest of the booster. Because if you think about Falcon 9, this is just empty space. That's just a fuel tank. That's your oxidizer tank. It's just empty. When the thing's coming down to land, there's nothing in there but gas. There's helium in both of these tanks. And then you got your grid fins up there, yeah, but your grid fins are nowhere near as high a dry mass as the engines. The engines are by far and away the most high mass part. So the booster, when it's unfueled, has an extreme center of gravity bias towards the bottom. That's part of the reason what makes Falcon 9 landing so damn stable. But yeah, see right here? That's where the center of gravity is, Lev. So that's really what you should be aiming for. That's the other reason why the grid fins, despite being so small, have really a good, what's called effective moment control. Like, not a lot of grid fin turn is going to make a lot of moment. They can really steer really well because the center of gravity is down here and your aerodynamic effector is up here. It's a really long way away, so think about it like a bigger lever. You have more effective moment control. That's what it's called. It's a big lever. You don't need a lot when your control surface, you don't need a lot of deflection in your control surface when it's so far away from your center of gravity. That's the reason why a rudder and horizontal stabilizers on an airplane are usually as far away from the center of mass of the plane as possible. Rocky, have you seen these pics before? It's some of the internal reinforcements on the landing legs. Huh. Oh, 1058. Oh, that's so upsetting to see, dude. That sucks. Oh. Oh, it's so unhappy. That engine's like... Ah! Dude, you know how much force needs to be put on this thing to tear aluminum lithium alloy? You see that? It looks like tinfoil. It looks like you tore tinfoil, right? Dude, that is extremely strong. That's an extremely strong alloy. Aluminum lithium is nuts. It's very, very, very strong. Very, very light. Yeah, to make it look like tinfoil, this thing must have really hit the ground hard. Or hit the drone ship hard. I mean, it was enough to completely shear off the LOX tank. Why did it crash? Rough seas tipped it over. That's 1058. 1058 landed. That was the booster with the worm logo down the side. The booster that flew DM2. Shame. Do you think boosters are more likely to crash because of rough seas as opposed to anything flight related in the future? Statistically, Pigzig, yes. SpaceX has lost more boosters to rough seas than landings at this point in the past, like, 5 years. Before, I mean, not counting, like, all the landing tests, 10 years ago. Shame, build more. Oh, they have. Yeah, see, they internalized the mechanism. That's really cool. And then there's that plate. There's the gusset plate that we were talking about. Losing 1058 sucked. Yeah, that wasn't great. I'll bet you these are salvageable, though. Those Merlins are fine. Those three right there are okay. The three in the center, so the E1, E5, and E9 engines seem alright. It's just these ones probably junk. But I'll bet you that whole engine section is salvageable. Use it for testing. That's what I'd do. This is fine. The engine section's okay. It just tipped a little bit. The rest of the booster, though, probably not. Yeah, this is from a number of years ago, guys. But yeah, I remember these pictures. I just, couldn't recall off the top of my head. Yeah, dude, that thing screwed up Octograbber too. Look, it bent that thing. See the case tube right there? That's supposed to be straight up. So this thing bent. Dude, the seas were rough enough for it to tip over with Octograbber attached to it, which is... Yeah, that's like some Edmund Fitzgerald high seas going on there. That's not great. But we haven't seen a SpaceX booster tip over since. It was the life leader at the time. Yeah, 1058 had flown the most missions. I believe it was 19 at the time. That's off the top of my head, though. That's probably wrong. When is the last time a Falcon 9 booster failed on the way up? 2010. With an asterisk next to it. Technically, the COTS demo mission had an engine. One of their engines blew up, and Falcon 9 made it to space on 8 engines. NASA called it a failure because they didn't put Dragon into the target orbit, but it got there, and it was good enough to test it. But NASA said, well, you didn't get it to the orbit we wanted you to. We were asking you to get it to 120 by 120, and because an engine exploded, it only made it to 100 by 100, so that's technically a mission failure. Oh yeah, I remember this. Elon was pissed. He was like, yeah, okay, pal. You know, NASA's like, well, technically that's a failure. It's like, it was 19. It said 19 in the post you were just on. Oh yeah, it did. Oh yeah, it absolutely does. I swear that was off the top of my head. I didn't read this to try and sound cool. I remember it was 19. Yeah. I don't know what missions it flew prior, but yeah. I mean, John said it in the post right there. I should like that post. Now John's going to see that I like the post from 2 years ago and be like, what are you doing? Why did EJ like a post from 2 years ago? He's going to be like, what are you doing, streamer man? What's the record for most launches by one Falcon 9? I believe 1067 has, and this is off the top of my head. I don't have anything in front of me. Here, I'll show you. I have Kerbal in front of me. I believe it's 1067 and it's over 30 missions. I think it's 32 or 33 missions. What's the verdict on some MSC tonight? I don't know, dude. Yeah, Falcon 9 first stage has never screwed up on the way up, dude. The Starlink 8-6 mission on August 28, 2024. Why am I not remembering that? No, Bro Handy, that was from a number of years ago. 31 flights left. There you go. What was the mission that lost the ISS docking port? That was CRS-7 in June of 2015. I watched that mission live. We watched it on stream, and I freaked out because I wasn't sure what was going on. Nowadays, I'd be like, no, that didn't work. At the time, I was like, no. You blew it all up. Yeah, I just feel like, wow, that's broken. All right. That's when the second stage went boom. Yep. A strut containing a COPV failed, and it shot the COPV around inside of the tank like a pinball machine. That ended about as good as you thought it would. All right, anyway, let's get back to building. So, this is what we want here. Now we need to... Was it Falcon 9 that popped on the way up in 2014, or was that pre-Falcon 9? And Antares blew up after liftoff on the CRS-3 mission. Or the Orb-3 mission, I think is what they wanted to call it. I want to see that tank cam. Oh, dude, that was... Yeah, Mutter's probably like... You know? I mean, it probably didn't bounce. It probably just shot up one side and got, like, lodged itself in the dome and cracked it completely, if I had to guess. Not that I know. But yeah, it's pretty wild stuff, man. All right. Back to work. So we need to work on the gas strut. Okay, so first thing I'll do is move our landing leg prototype. We can get rid of the the 45 rulers. We can get rid of those ones. We don't need those. I have this. All right, now we got to make the flip out strut. So what I want is this. That's 6 times symmetry. That's not what I want. I want 8. I'll tell you why in a second. Okay, now I'm going to move the landing leg back into position. Into its rotational position, like that. That's where it needs to go. Alright, so now we have that piece right there. That's the point where, this is the point where the strut needs to attach, the gas strut. It needs to attach. And then we need to figure out our attachment point. So just like I was telling you guys a second ago with Falcon 9, its center of gravity is super low. It might be just a smidge above this, but where these attached basically are where the CG is. I'm not sure if we have the same type of mass margin with KSP. We'll have to check. So what we need to do is, we're still in our prototype file, which is fine. What I need to do is go right here and set this as the root part just for a second here. And then we need to detach that. Here we go. Oh, it's the fairing. We gotta... Balls. All right, hold on. We gotta make sure not to save anything. Let's just lower this here. Where is our empty center of gravity? Yeah, this is what I mean about mass margin in KSP. It's not exactly the same. This should be good enough, but we gotta be careful about tipping. Honk honk. And this is what I mean when I said, like, Falcon 9's is probably a little... It's more or less right here. It's probably just a smidge above it. And that does lend credence to the fact that these things can tip over even with Octograbber attached to them in crappy seas. So now that I'm really looking at this, it's not exactly around this, but it's close. It's like somewhere over here. I mean, once again, Kerbal isn't the end-all be-all of mass margins. These tanks are super heavy. Comparatively. But that's more or less about right. I mean, I don't want to attach the landing strut up there. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's just... Yeah, we're gonna have to figure that one out. Let's just reload the R1 prototype, because I separated the stage. Now we know our dry COM is somewhere over here somewhere. See, I'm not, like... That's not entirely good that that's like that, but... What is the longest strut we have? The 3PT is the longest one. Let's just attach it singular. Our extension is 5 meter. Okay. It's actually not bad. That doesn't look right. It's too big. And if this... Okay, I got a solution. We can create a longer telescoping... We can create a longer telescoping strut here by... Here, there's a trick. I use this with tower when I make cranes sometimes. So, you take a housing, you put one housing on top of the other, like that, right? And then, if you take these things and you move it down, and then I offset it by 5 degrees so I can see the difference between strut 1 and strut 2. We put these on a cal controller to extend both of them at the same time. You're gonna get double the throw. Now, that's not really how you do that in real life, but you know, whatever, it's fine, it's okay. That'll get me the throw that I'm looking for. And that does look the part. It's good enough. I just want to we'll get the blue stripes off with them. Add a third? Nah, I don't think we need a third, dude. See, now that works as one unit. So now what we can do, okay, attach that there. Now we have a pivot. See, these hinges aren't inherently strong, but if we lock everything out and use auto strut to our advantage during the landing, this should be really easy to get this right. Despite the not very strong hinges. I'll show you what I mean in a moment. We can basically use grand auto strutting to make a locking collet for us, which is going to be quite useful here. So we take this piece, right, and we gotta rotate it like that. Perfect. Sure, that's attached. 0.86. We got to divide that over 2 cylinders, so that's 4.3. Okay, So that is the lowest extension, 4-3 on both of these. Killer. Now when this thing flips, right? Actually, don't do that just yet, but pin that window so I can control this. What we need is another hinge. Hold on, I gotta rotate this piece out of the way. I need another hinge, and this one needs to be facing this way, and it needs to be attached to the cubic octag. This thing needs to be facing backwards. And honestly, I want to put it in a position where it's not going to be anywhere near colliding with those struts. Yeah. That might work. I'll remove the strut from symmetry. Sometimes that helps. We just got to make sure these struts don't attach to that. If they attach to that, we got a problem. Okay, that gives me a pretty good spot there. Now let's take this thing, flip it into the open position, and now flip this backwards, extend the throw on both of these and see where it gets us. It's pretty close. If we set this like this, we got a little bit of extra throw, right, to just bind this thing up when it's at max extension. That's on purpose. Hey Kirby, what will this be? The landing leg? I think the universe cursed NG2. Yeah, right? Yeah, the sun's getting angry. Yeah, everything's not going Blue's way with this, which is... sucks. Alright, so we just got a little bit of clipping there. That's no problem. So now fold this thing back into position. Put these back to their shortest throw. And then rotate this thing back all the way over. How far does it go into that cubic octag if I reset rotation here to this? Actually, almost the same. That's pretty good. What happens if we just went 4-7 here? That's clipping almost the exact same through that cubic octag. Excellent. That's what we want. So now I'm just using this to check the relationship between these. So now what we got to do is I got to go in here and we got to attach a strut. Got to attach it to that landing, to the hinge, right? And that's got to go, it's got to attach to the hydraulic like that. That's expensive. It's expensive because those parts are, well, they're only 60. But, yeah, that, I don't want that. Hey, hello. Looks good. Could we make a floating landing pad too? I'm new here. Sorry if this has been asked already. Yeah, Bullet, of course we could. I can make drone ships. I've made drone ships before. They're hard to land on when the old Mark 1 EJ guidance system is flying it. It is a little bit difficult. I designed this to be able to do RTLS. You could do downrange landings. It's possible. I designed this just to come back and land. But yeah, we could land it out on a drone ship. It's possible. I've done it. It is difficult. It is hard to get that right, but we could do it. Heck, I've even boosted back. I've done simultaneous boost back. So like I had a Falcon Heavy style booster one time. I separated the boosters and Separatrons pushed them around. And then I switched to one booster, fired its engine, switched to the other booster, fired its engine, right? Switch to the other booster, stop the boost back, switch to the other booster, stop to the boost back, right? While the core stage and the second stage kept going, right? Turn one booster upright for landing, turn the other booster upright for landing, switched back to the core stage, right? Separated the upper stage, sent the upper stage. I made the core stage I reoriented it for landing, but I could never dial it in perfect. And then, I switched to the second stage, circularized, switched back to the two boosters, right? Steered both of them in, right? Started the landing burn on one, switched to the other one, started the landing burn on the other, right? When they got slow enough, deployed legs on one, deployed legs on the other, and then landed both of them. Yeah, it was really difficult to get that right. I did it right once out of like 40 attempts, dude. And then I landed both of them and then tried to switch back to get the center cord to land, but it would get eaten by the Kraken before that happened. That was hard to do, dude. It was hard to get that right. Yeah, it ended up being like a stagger landing, that ended up being what Falcon Heavy actually does. Like, they land one and then they land the other. They don't land them at the same time anymore. Hey, Baron. What's up? Okay, so now we gotta test this. Let me try typing this again. With the right trajectory, could you get more performance out of the booster and land it on another mass? There's nothing downrange that warrants getting a first stage all the way to Grizz. So the next bit of landmass that's directly due east out of KSC is that peninsula that's, 1,000 kilometers downrange. The amount of Delta V you need to get something to come down over there is like 70% of the way to orbit, maybe 80% of the way. So that would be like well into the second stage burn, which means we would need a first stage. That would be a really goofy looking rocket, dude. We would need a first stage that gets you like 50% of the way to orbit, right? And a second stage that does the other 50, where it's in reality, like the first stage is supposed to get you up there and then the second stage is supposed to accelerate, right? That would be a weird staged rocket. It would look very strange. But you could do it. The problem is that if you use your first stage for 50% of your ascent, it's not very efficient. That's all. It's not efficient. Because most of the first stage tanks are empty through, principal ascent. What about the island runway for landing? You could land there if you want. It doesn't cost you that much. So when you're up there and doing your boost back burn, John, it does not cost you that much more to just boost all the way back to KSC. It's like maybe an extra 2 seconds of burn time. So, I mean, you could. It's just why? Just go right back to the landing site. Wouldn't that basically just be like Atlas 5? Yeah. I'm good. Though a lot of my friends at Sierra got laid off today. That sucks, Baron. Okay, Clayton. Sierra Space is seeking about $300 million in fresh funding as it pivots from building a space plane to riding the boom in national defense spending, including the Space Force. I think David said it. Yeah, David, you said it right. Yes. Couldn't have said it better myself. You know what? I will like that reply. Yeah, no, they should not be given any defense contracts at all. Ever. No confidence in there's no confidence that you're actually going to finish. Piss off. You had 15 years to make one spacecraft. One. I'm sorry, I'm not giving them an inch. They can piss off. How about that? If they get a defense contract, I'm going to be a little pissed. We're pivoting to defense. Shut the hell up and finish the stupid thing. How about that? How can the CEO of that company stomach that? How can you stomach that? Are you freaking ashamed of yourself? Like, what's wrong with you? Money. Yeah. Disgusting. Now, don't get me wrong, guys. There's nothing wrong with wanting to make money. I don't have a problem with that. All right? What I do have a problem with is you saying you're going to do something and then not doing it, especially after you use taxpayer money to fund that project. I have a big problem with that. Any tips for people who are new or just starting to play KSP? So, Josh, if you're newer to KSP, my advice to you is this. Figure out exactly what you want to make and make it. I know that sounds really stupid, but if you want to do something that gets into orbit, all right, figure out, well, what do you need to get into orbit in KSP? There's plenty of tutorials out there. I could teach you. I could tell you. You know, figure out what you want. You want to build a rocket that gets up there? Okay, sure. Build that. The biggest question with spaceflight is what are you trying to do? Right? And that's really easy. Kerbal provides you pretty easy things like, okay, I want to get into orbit. I want to go up. I want to come back down. I want to get a Kerbal into space and bring him back down and not kill him or her. You know what I mean? About Tenacity, both wings got dismantled and it's getting prepared for long-term storage. A classmate of mine who worked on it told me she's going to sit in storage for like 5 to 10 years and then it will find its way into a museum. This is a Nartralax. What's this piece for? It's for diagramming purposes. It's my templates. I use struts between cubic octagonal struts as a template. In that particular case, that box is showing my pivoting axis for the wings, or for the landing legs. Yeah, it's showing the pivot axis. Sorry, that just pisses me off. All right. Let's see what happens here. So I just made this other craft file here for testing the landing leg. Seriously, he's gonna end up like Bigelow. I don't know. Good. Frick them. Like, that's just, I'm sorry. Like, guys, you had they used $350 million of taxpayer money over 15 years, and they still couldn't get it flying. SpaceX. So, okay, little bit of a contrast here. SpaceX built Falcon 9, 1.0, and Dragon for about the same amount of money. Now, keep in mind that's Falcon 9 1.0. Just keep in mind that's a little bit less complicated, right? But also, look, mins. Nice. Look, and I'm not saying either way. I'm not saying also that every company needs to be like SpaceX. The point is that you use taxpayer money. If you needed more money, you should have asked for it. But also, you're the one that bid on this, and you're the one that said it would cost this much. So, my question is like, what if, and this, when we first heard this Dream Chaser news, guys, this has been my question. What the hell have you guys been doing for the last 15 years? Over the last 15 years, you've used $350 million in taxpayer money. You had $1.2 billion Series D investment in 2020 or 2021 to get Dream Chaser working. So the total cost involved into this project through venture capital and through public-private partnerships is over $1.5 billion. And you have one spacecraft. One that's almost complete, and then another one that's half completed. What have you been doing for the last 15 years? Like, what have you been doing? Sorry, man, there's no excuse, dude. And the CEO has the balls to say, like, oh, we're pivoting. We're pivoting. Shut the hell up and finish the damn spaceship. Or pay NASA back that $350 million. Where's that money going? Are we going to get that money back? You going to pay that back to NASA? Probably not. We're probably not seeing that money back. So, frick you. Also, among the people that got fired today are engineers from the Life Inflatable Space Station program for commercial low Earth orbit destinations. There's also been on the back burner for them the shifting the model to 95% defense. They want the Golden Dome contract, but they're not going to get any good partners yet. The bid, Lockheed partnered with them on SDA, tracking layer sats, and that didn't go well with the constant delays. They want Golden Dome now. I don't care what they want. There's no confidence. If I worked at NASA or worked in procurement at the Department of Defense, I would look at that company and be like, nope. You guys have no track record of delivering anything on any useful schedule. And you know that, Baron, that bids, so RFPs, are graded on punctuality. That has a lot to do with it. I'm sorry, dude. If it smells like poop and it looks like poop, it's probably poop. All right, let's do a 4 landing leg. Config here. These sats were planned to launch in early 2024. They just now got into the critical design review at Sierra. That's why Lockheed is kind of iffy with them on future projects. Clown shoes, scam, Mars One, Astra, or not Astra. What's the name of the guy with the steam rocket? No, absolutely not. Get out of here. This is the big leagues. This isn't the minor leagues. Arca, that's the name of it. No, get out of here. No, absolutely not. Sorry, I know. I know it seems like I'm being a dick, but also, you negged out on Dream Chaser. Piss off. Deliver something. To be fair, SDA is now only launching Tranche 1. Bill, don't you even for a second defend this behavior. Absolutely not. Do not even sit here for a second and say, and even pretend that this is okay to do. It's not. This is disgusting behavior. Ye clown shoes ass company. Sorry, I'm sitting here just freaking pissing me off, man. Yeah, exactly. Don't taste it to make sure, right? Freaking amen to that. Crap, where did that go? Oh, okay, it's right there. Like, I understand it's normal to open new markets, but essentially, they essentially cannibalized Sierra. essentially cannibalized Sierra Nevada Corporation, took all the cash and engineers, redirected them to Sierra Space. The only thing left at Sierra Nevada Corp is about 30 to 40 engineers outfitting old jets with new hardware like MFDs. Yeah, they're clown shoes, dude. It's clown shoes, man. Like, how is it not? Alright, so let's make sure that our landing leg animation is working correctly. I have the landing leg sequencer bound to AG9, Action Group 9. And yeah, that should be good. We're gonna have to play with locking and unlocking these things. And then what I want to do on this 00 hinge here, I want to set that to we should be able to set them to root. All right. Good to hear an EJ this afternoon. What's up, Hando? All right, let's just do an animation test first. We'll have to engage a manual unlock, which is fine. So let's put this out, see what it does. If you open the legs partially, would they function as arrow brakes? If you made the mechanism strong enough to be able to open, sure, Eric, but the landing legs usually don't have enough force to open unless you're going really, really slow. Falcon 9 can really only deploy its landing legs in like the final seconds, or else if they went to try and deploy it, dude, aerodynamic forces will just shut it. It won't act as the arrow. It won't be an arrow. It won't be breaking the arrow. The arrow will be breaking it, if that makes any sense. How's Titan doing with the heartworms? He's bumming that he has to sit up inside all day, but all right, ready? Now, once again, this is part of the locking mechanism which we have to dial in, but if I go here and hit sequence 9, boom. Now, if we go to AG0, type engage lock, engage servo lock, engage servo lock, engage servo lock, engage servo lock. We go here and we boop, we lock everything out. Okay, 3, 2, 1. That's actually too high. These don't need to go all the way to 120 or 115. 110 should be good enough. But that was plenty strong, dude. Perfect. Yeah, these don't need to be so high up. Actually, we could, if we unlock them, they'll probably bend down a little bit. Yep. Yeah. Oh, he's trying. All right, let's recover that. Ethereal, you want a link to this tweet? Yeah, sure, man. Sorry, I missed it. I can see the chat better if you're talking to me, if you tag me, dude. Josh, would I suggest starting a career mode? Play whatever you feel comfortable with. I'd say career mode is for more for an intermediate player. Start with sandbox. Just start messing around. But yeah, I mean, you could. Like beginner to intermediate for early career mode. But you set the difficulty with whatever you're comfortable with. But it's easier to find out whatever you're comfortable with sandbox, you know? How much mass did the landing legs add to your rocket? Not a lot. Not a lot, dude. Go back into the leg testing file. Did you see that electron is vertical at Wallops? No, that's cool though. Yeah, I think that's about right. We just have to make it so the throw isn't as long on these things. Whatever that extension is right there, 221. Now the max extension on the cow controller is exactly what we're looking for. I don't know, John. I think the new guy's name is Micah, I think. I'd have to go look. There you go, Nader. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's Micah, Chris. There you go. Cool. No, Angie, I'm spying on you from YouTube. Oh, no, Gee. I demand you to go back over into Twitch chat. Oh, no. Hey, Antares, what's up, man? That looks good, dudes. This looks fine. I'm actually okay with this. Pretty good. And this is not that heavy. Yeah, this is pretty good. Yep, left the mainland behind for winter. Y'all can have that winter weather. I'll enjoy island life for the next few months. Lucky. Hey Trojan, I'm so glad you're back to mission mode old school style. This is just career, but yeah. Sitting over here working through the mountains of blueprints while listening to progress is a really good way to help the day just melt away. And I'm able to be super productive. Thanks for all you do. Right on, man. ComSat flight to test the legs. I'm not at that point. So what I'm doing right now, Grizz, is I'm making sure that everything... I'm thinking about the landing sequence, right? And I'm trying to make sure that I can sequence this correctly and not have it just blow up into a bajillion pieces on me. Kind of important. So, if we take this and we put that back into position, right? And we go to the cow controller, right? And we move that like that. And then we take these pieces and... So I'm going to set this to 105 instead of 115. I want the booster to try to be as low as possible, right? And we do not want... Yeah, that doesn't need to be motorized. And to be honest, neither does this one. That one doesn't need to be motorized. I'll keep its motor output to 0. Just so I can set its... No. That needs to be... You know, for testing, we'll just leave it like that. I'll just keep the motor output there, and I'll manually override it. So, okay, we're coming in for a landing, right? Those two engines are on, and then the center engine is on. These guys, 1, 2, and 3. So the E1, E5, and E9 engines are on. We're coming into land. 3 engines fire. We slow down. We switch to 1 engine, right? 1 engine's bringing us in for landing. Right? I want to run with these things in the locked position. The struts need to be in the locked position. If they're not in the locked position, we're going to have a bad day. I think we can get away with having the struts locked. So when I say struts, I mean the hydraulics or the actuators. We can keep those locked, right? And then we keep our master pivot point locked. If we do that, yeah. So we'll have a lock and we'll have a lock for the... Yeah, okay. Alright, so... What I want... Let's go into the cal controller, and we'll write some... we'll write some code for it, so to speak, quote unquote. Alright, so... Let's go here like this. We want to plus in a new value at time 1 and value of 0.46, which is the minimum throw on those things. And we want to flatten out that curve. Copy it over here. So what I did was I basically added a delay to these things moving. Okay? In that time, what I want to do is go here, right? And we want disengage servo lock. No. We want to go to leg actuation. We want to go to disengage servo lock here and key in a servo lock disengage at a half a second after actuation. Right? And then the cylinders themselves, right? Same idea. Disengage the servo lock. Disengage servo lock. Copy this because it's already at the same time and just paste and paste. Hey David, just popping in on break. Glad you agree with my comment on Sierra Space. Have a great stream. Dude. Yeah, no, I'm with you 100%, man. I couldn't have said it better myself. In fact, I was thinking about replying and saying that, but yeah, you said it for me, dude. I just looked at it on stream. I was like, these melon farming piece of... Ooh, thank you. All right, so we have a manual disengage, or an automatic disengage of the hinges, right? An automatic disengage of the hinges and everything. And then right after that, a half second after that, the landing legs will start to deploy. This should end up looking like one smooth sequence here. Now, if we go to AG0, right? What happened with Sierra? They basically got rid of everyone working on Dream Chaser and the Sierra Life Habitat module. Dream Chaser's dead. 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 Gone. I'm a little annoyed. If you don't, yeah, sorry to be a little bit pissy. That's really not cool. All right, so now AG0, engage the servo lock. Engage servo lock. Engage the servo lock. All right, so the Cal controller will manually unlock, and then I'll spam 0 to get these things to snap into position, because sometimes they don't. So they used all their money in delivering nothing. They're pivoting to defense. Not you, Aitor, them. I'm sorry, you should be blacklisted from government contracts if you can't deliver. I'm sorry. You should be blacklisted if you fail so hard that even NASA, who has taken 15 freaking years and launched 2 missions in-house in 15 years. When they say you're going too slow, you're going too slow. You're welcome to come visit if you and Brimo ever want. I have 2 spare guest beds. Get yourself here and room and board is free. I'll think about that, dude. So then Starship is too slow? Because NASA said it. But No, Aitor, that you're confused. We're not talking about Starship. We're talking about Dream Chaser. NASA is concerned that the Starship lander might not be ready in time. That's fair. All right? But we've seen multiple Starship test missions, and I personally think it'll be ready. Right? That's personal, but we've seen Starship missions. The point is we've seen SpaceX doing something. They're making tangible progress. The Aerospace got the contract for Dream Chaser, dude, in 2010. They were given money to start working on Dream Chaser and then hone it into an idea. Now, they didn't win the commercial crew contract, which is what I think they were doing it. That's why I think they were doing it, right? But NASA did give them an opportunity to make some money with their design from commercial resupply too. NASA basically said a month ago that you're contracted for 7 missions. We have no indication that you're anywhere near completing any one of those missions, nor much less a spacecraft, so call us when it's ready. That's basically what they said. That's not the same as what's going on with Starship. So first of all, what's going on with Starship is not NASA saying that. That's Sean Duffy saying that. I wouldn't say NASA said that. You know what I mean? But yeah, either way, yeah, Dream Chaser's basically dead, which I told you. I mean, I said that when, you know, like, okay, when NASA goes, all right, just come back when it's ready, I guess. When that's happening, something's wrong. Sister, you booted up Hearts of Iron 4 for the first time and selected Japan. Took one look at all the options and I noped out. I didn't know where to start. Pick one. Pick one. See where it takes you. Alright, so let's get another test going. This should work with, and then we have the manual toggle out. Yeah, that's fine. Those don't need to be motorized. Okay, cool. See you last. We found lots of cool history to visit Pearl Harbor. You'd be in hog heaven. Yeah, I know. I don't have any money to go anywhere right now, dude. Plane tickets? No, that's not happening. I'm barely. It's taken me a couple of months to save up to get the next pieces for the Coronet, dude. Like, I would love to, man, but yeah, it's not happening anytime soon, but I appreciate the offer. I think you spam locking in the cow controller. Doesn't work as well. Anyway, talking about Sierra Space got me all hot and bothered. I gotta remember what we're doing here. Okay, cool. All right. Switch this back over here, switch this back over here, switch this back over here like this. Move these out of the way to make sure. So apparently we know the name of the first kitten in KSA, Hunter. It's named after Dean's cat that passed away. Cool. Do you think you could get the crew cab charger for Flight 12 of Starship and drive to Starbase in a live stream? That would be what I would like to do with it, Ator. I'm not sure if that's happening by Flight 12, dude, but that's what I would want. This thing's got to be higher up off the ground. Hold on. We gotta put it higher up in the air. Why does everyone get hot and bothered wrong? It doesn't mean irritated. It means it's because it's a joke. But, you know. Whatever. Could you extend the duration of the cal and then add in lots of servo locks? Spamming it doesn't work, Ox. It really just doesn't. I'm telling you, it doesn't. It never locks it out. It's better to have a manual override. Yes, Chris. I don't know if you got that from the gist of what I was from what I was talking about. Yes. All right. So, Cal is bound to AG9. Okay. And that should manually release everything. Ready? That did not do what I want at all. This still had a motor clock on it. Now, let me just check something here. I want to go into physics, and we want to visualize our auto struts. Now, what happens if we set U to like a root part? Or even grandparent? If we set it to heaviest, you'll go to that tank. I don't exactly want to do that. Grandparent is fine. Now, what about you? Nice. Nice. That's looking good, dudes. So we should be able to just do that, and yeah, baby. The crew cab charger is taking a lot longer than what I want, guys. Yeah, these bad couple of months have really delayed that project. And then the accountant screwing me has delayed me from being able to buy more parts because I drastically screwed up the budget for the car, which really sucks. Yeah. Because, you know, like I said, my accountant did my accounting wrong and he wrote off way too much. And so he was telling me, or one of the accountants at the accounting firm that I use was telling me I was going to get way more money back than actually I was, because he wrote off, if you really want to know, he wrote off my entire Twitch income. Which is stupid. So, yeah. Yeah, that's why he was like, oh yeah, your tax return is going to be amazing. Your tax return is going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing, which is... So I spent way more money than I should have, because the guy was full of crap. Guy got fired, right? Guy got fired, and the owner did my taxes, and yeah, I ended up having to pay instead of getting a tax return. I still have to pay. I still have to file quarterly for quarter 4, and that's basically where all the money is. All the money that I was going to spend on the crew cab charger. Can't do anything, dude. The best thing I can do right now is just finish the trunk pan, and then we just kind of got to wait until we get the next parts. I didn't cook anything. My accounting is spotless because that's how I roll. Yeah, guy said we were going to get You guys said we're going to get 10 grand back on a tax return. And I'm like, okay. And then I ended up having to pay somewhere near that for quarterly taxes. So yeah, we went from up to down. And that's how that's part of the reason why the last 4 months have sucked. Complete nards, because I'm behind on the crew cab charger and we really can't move. Like, I can finish the trunk, right? But I need to buy more parts. Eventually we got to do the quarter panels, we got to do the wheelhouses, we got to do the rockers, we got to do the torsion bar cross member, and it needs pans. All the money that I had saved for doing that is gone. Time for an EJ recovery fund. No. Do not. I will shut payment off. Don't do that. You guys have already tipped enough, okay? I'll make it happen. Unlike Sierra Space, I'll actually finish the damn thing. It's gonna take a second, but it's all right.
This is
Don't
space.
do that.
I'm in space.
I'll shut it off. I'm not kidding. I appreciate that though, Wafer. Thank you. But yeah, it's all good. Yeah, that guy got fired, dude. He got fired from the accounting firm, and I was not charged accounting services for this year because of this. I know the owner of the company, Nader, so the accounting firm. I'm not going to say who. And he's been really good to me. It's just this, he hired a new guy because they were expanding and it didn't work out. I get it. That's fair. But yeah, this is all working right. Let's bring it back in for another test. But yeah, he should be prosecuted, not fired. Oh, I would have words to say to that guy. I would have words. King, I can't do that ethically. I already did that. During the summer, chat... Okay, so at the beginning of this year, chat tipped enough money with the expectation that it would be used to buy a car lift. That money got wiped out because my accountant's a moron. Or, well, ex-accountant, I should say. And then in the summertime, when I started the crew cab charger project, a lot of money was given to me with the expectation it was for buying parts for the car, to the tune of probably like $2 to $3 grand over the course of the month. That is the reason why I'm saying no. Enough money was allocated enough to work to buy these parts for the car. I spent my money accordingly to what my accountant was saying. And I ended up not having enough cash to buy the parts that I need. I do not want people investing in the stream when I'm not able to deliver, especially when money was given to the stream with the expectation that it was for certain upgrades for better streaming content. I'm not going to screw around with people's money like that. As far as I'm concerned, if you tip with the expectation, like if I say I need money for a lift, and you guys tip the stream with the expectation for money for a lift, guess what? Now that's on me to do it. Okay? That's why. I'm not saying that because it's like, oh, EJ doesn't. Oh, EJ's so humble. No. People have already tipped enough money to get the crew cab charger. Like enough money to replace all the pans, all the metal parts on the crew cab charger. It's already been tipped. It's already been paid for, as far as I'm concerned. Is it my fault for not being as skeptical of my accountant? Yeah, but why should I have been? Right? Call it a learning experience. I will reallocate cash, and I will buy these parts with the expectation that it was the money that was tipped to me to do this already. Does that make sense? I don't feel good about asking for more money for this. I've already asked for enough. Does that make sense? It's not okay. All right, demotorize that. Now let's try it. Let's try this again. I'm gonna say my words would be fists. I'd have some choice words, Wolfie, yeah. So King, it's not me just being humble. Oh, EJ's so humble. No. People already tip money as far as I'm concerned. You guys have already tipped money for a lift, and you'd already tipped money to have this car restored. For content to watch.
Tranquility Base here.
Don't tip any more under that expectation.
To infinity and beyond.
Don't tip any more under that expectation. That's not right. It's not right. That's me. That's borderline embezzlement in my mind. Those should have been locked out, but they weren't. All right, so let's just see if this actually works. I mean, if you want to do that, King, that's your prerogative, but I would appreciate, I would prefer if people didn't. I always appreciate your integrity. Yeah, thanks, man. I would prefer if people did not do that, dude. Dude, look. I have a rule. Don't screw with other people's money. Don't do that. It will only end poorly for you. Do not screw around when somebody's paying you for a service. Don't do that. Look at Sierra Space. It's a great example. Don't do that. And I'm not going to. I don't intend on doing that. Exactly, Duty. I'm committed to paying it back. Unlike my I was about to swear. Unlike my crapbox accountant, I'm prepared to take accountability for mistakes, even though they're not mine. But it is inadvertently mine by proxy. I should have been more diligent in my accounting, even though I'm pretty damn good at it, but whatever. The buck will stop with me, and I that's how I roll. That's how I gotta be. That's how it's gotta be. I'm sorry. Like, that's just the way it is. Drop it. Hey, all right. These landing legs are very strong. Because you know what? Check this out. I forgot to empty the tanks. Yeah. How heavy is this thing? How much mass is on those landing legs? 90 tons. Nice. Meaning there's 22.5 tons of point load on each leg. Yeah, these legs are plenty strong. Actually, these are probably like one of the strongest landing legs we've used. Now you should test impact. That had an impact of 3.4 G. That's pretty, yeah, okay. It's not bad. I mean, 90 tons of force on this thing. Yeah, these landing legs are super strong. But that's why you got to do the manual lockout here. How high can we drop the booster from? I don't know. This wasn't intended as destructive testing. So we could tip to watch you. It's my money and these streams inform and amuse me in equal measure. If you want to do that, that's fine. But Starlight, when I say, I just want to be very clear that people tip the stream with me completing tasks for their entertainment, and I will deliver on it. I'm not going to dick around and be like, nah, never mind. I don't have the money to finish it. That's why the crew cab charger's still behind. And I believe in being forthcoming. You invest in this stream. I'm your entertainment, and I get it, I'm your entertainment, but anybody that tips it, I treat you like you're a shareholder. You have vested interest here. You know what I mean? And I will not do you wrong as your CEO. You have my word. And I get it, it's somebody's word on the internet. But once again, money is involved. Don't screw with people's money. Golden rule. Look, at some point it has to be cut and dry, dude. And everybody's like, people see things in black and white. It's actually gray. It's like things are more complicated. No, this doesn't need to be more complicated. This is a time where it's good to be cut and dry. Just fine. It's fine. Just say you're pivoting. I would, yeah. Would you be interested in doing this? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Pivoting to drama content. The day that this stream pivots to doing drama content, unsubscribe. I've been compromised. Leave. Don't come back. Who else is going to say that? Here, we'll bring it higher up off the ground. There you go, Starlight. You're just a real honest guy with morals. I agree with you and you have my respect for holding yourself to such high standards. That's how it's got to be, Frowlin. That's how it's got to be. Look, man, I always tell you guys to be accountable. It would be a little hypocritical of me if I didn't practice that standard myself, you know what I mean? I'm very tough. I'm very, very, very tough on myself. Like, look at when we were playing Battlefield last night. I was pissed because I got like a 7-1 KDR in Battlefield. I died like 5 times and killed like 40 people or something. And I made a couple of stupid moves that easily could have been a 10-1 KD. I hold myself to high standards. An 8-1 KD is already great. That's really good. But that's not how you get better. You don't get better like that. Now, LMGs in BF6 drama. Yeah, maybe a little bit. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's great. Something funky happened with this thing. It bound up on us. You're happy with human KD is 0.5. Flip rod required. Ox, it looks like it bound up because of the configuration of the gator hinge at the bottom, so like that primary pivoting hinge. It looks like the hydraulics pushed and they wanted to push the legs inward. It bound up. So a flipper could do it. Just something to flip it out. But I have to look. It could be me sequencing the cow controller incorrectly. It's crazy how many circles a pair of drama farmers in a fight can generate over a single controversy. Yeah. Motorized, locked. Okay, that was it. I think that was what was going on. Hey EJ, is this how they test Falcon 9 landing legs? Yes, something like this. Hey Smoked, what's going on, man? I fell asleep and woke to you bitching about folks stacking XP boosters. I think people, I don't know, you want to stack XP boosters, that's fine, but I don't know, Starlight, I'm a dude, okay. with shooters, I gatekeep the hell out of shooters. All right, I am like a super toxic person when it comes to shooters. Like, that's just, I'm sorry. Like, I admit it's a character flaw. I'm just a super toxic person when it comes to playing shooters. I'm that guy, and I whatever, dude. It's just, it is what it is. All right, ready? Let's watch them. Watch the mechanism. Ready? 1, 2, 3. They bound up again. So and the reason why I bring that up, dude, is because, okay, in Battlefield, your skill level should measure your skill level. Using an XP booster to get a higher level is not measuring your level of skill. It's paying to look like you have more skill. Does that make sense? That's why I'm like, all right. Yeah, but it's in all shooters now, and I have a problem with that. That's what I mean. Like, I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. I have a problem with that. I think that's stupid. I told you, shooters are my one, like, irrational logic thing. I gatekeep the heck out of them, and I basically represent everything that's bad about playing shooting games with people. I fully admit that, and I acknowledge it. Yeah, sorry. I'll try to get better. I'm just watching the relationship of all the landing legs here. Okay, we're gonna have to do some monkeying around with this. Ox, I think a pusher, a little flipper is a good idea. Why? It was funny. Oh, all right. I mean, I guess in my mind, all that pay-to-win XP booster nonsense is just enshittification for shooters. It's superfluous stuff that does not need to be there, in my mind. It doesn't... It's only there to make certain people's experience better and not everybody's experience better. And if you're in my opinion, you know, from a game design standpoint, if you're catering to a certain niche of player in your game, you're already not making good game design decisions. Like, it's a bad move to do something like that. But once again, that's just me. Maybe we can use that, the main hinge, as the flick piece. Let's try doing that. That's the reliant overclock. We don't want that. So here's what I'll do. I will delay this and set this point here, time 0.5. So what's going to happen is this thing's going to start opening and it's going to tension everything, and then everything will unlock and snap it outward. That basically, this is basically working as our flip rod. Yeah, Ox, yeah, just gotta get the thing just a little out, and then... I feel like if you see a player in BF6 with 100 levels, you know they are unemployed. I'm at like 59 or something, dude. But then again, playing Battlefield kind of is my job. I don't know, man. I don't know where these... I mean, the other thing is that it could just be kids, dude. Could be somebody that's 18, 19 years old. That's what I did when I was that age, when I didn't have anything to do, you know, like, I mean, well, the reality of the situation is that I went to school, my parents made me work, so I went to work, and then I came home, and instead of doing homework, I just played Battlefield till like 2, 3 in the morning. This was like 20 years ago. And I just got no sleep because of it. And then I didn't do my homework either. It's kind of a miracle that I graduated high school. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Now that's what I'm talking about. And boom goes the dynamite. Oh yeah, baby. Think about all the knowledge you gain about world history and stuff. That's fair. All right, I want to see it again. Reset it. Yeah. Gene, 8 meters a second. 90 tons of... It's 90 tons of rocket and fuel. Those landing legs are these landing legs are some of the strongest landing legs we've ever made. Which is kind of crazy to me. Definitely a thing. I'm willing to bet the pay to win is mostly about the game designer prioritizing their finance department. Well, yeah, X-Wing, of course it is. Yeah, that's exactly what's going on. But I often find that making a video game to make a good game will get you more money in the long run than making a game to make money. Call me a traditionalist. In the business, we call it sales-driven development. Yeah, dude, I get it. SpaceX didn't pursue sales-driven development in one of the top 10 most valuable companies in the world. Just putting it out there. All right, I want to see it again from the outside. You know what's better than Battlefield? Knowledge. Could you explain again what the green flare is during engine shutdown when Falcon 9 lands? Does it use T-Tab? If you see a green flare during shutdown, it's probably a little bit of the liner burning off, Dan. These engines inside of the nozzles have milled copper cooling channels, and some of it ablates during shutdown because shutdown's kind of violent. You're gonna get some wear on any nozzle, even a reusable nozzle. This stuff has a shelf life, dude. Think about it like there are components, nozzles, combustion chambers, throats. Even though they're reusable, the real way to say that is that you can reuse them a bunch, right? Turbine machinery, it's all wear items. Everything is wear items on a rocket. There's not much that isn't. Like, especially when it comes to your propulsion department, maybe a pipe, right? The green flash that you see during shutdown with Merlin engines is some of the liner burning off. That happens due to it, like leaning out an engine for like maybe even half a second can cause a temperature delta that's just out of the realm of the cooling channel's capability, and it'll ablate away a little bit. But dude, that's like saying, oh, I have to change my brake pads on my car after 40,000 miles. That's stupid. Why aren't they just infinitely reusable? It's a brake pad. It's a wear item. Dude, the liner and the nozzle's a wear item. I'm sorry, it is. Jet engines have wear items. The fins on a turbofan, those are wear items. Rocket liners are the same thing, dude. That's why you see that green flash. If you see a green flash during ignition with a Merlin engine, that means it's the triethyl aluminum and triethyl borane mixing inside of the gas generator to get the engine to start. It's an acceptable amount of engine-rich exhaust. Yeah, Dan, yeah, exactly, dude. Like, think of just like an internal combustion engine, dude. Eventually, an internal combustion engine has to be rebuilt. Eventually. Like, you could have internal combustion engine, you could put 300,000 miles on it. It'll probably still work, but your cylinder bores are going to taper or warp over time just from use. That's just from an explosion going off in there so many freaking times. The cylinder where the piston is going up and down eventually gets tapered out because the explosion happens up here, right? Eventually that happens, and then a motor gets blow by, right? Same idea. The engine eventually needs to be rehoned. Some Merlin engines, to be honest with you, I have no idea if SpaceX can like hone the liner or something. I don't even think that's a thing. I think they just replace it. Yeah, you know, if you have bore taper, your piston ring, I mean, the rings will probably be okay, Aqualex, but the problem is if it's tapered up at the top, the ring isn't designed to expand and contract like that, so you get blow by, right? And that's what creates smoke coming out of the valve covers, you know? First couple 100 miles on a car, your oil is full of engine. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's just a wear item, dude. That's what the green flash is. It's normal. Dude, shutting off a rocket engine is real. It's not like, oh, ha 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 ha, just. Doing that, what I just did, turning it on, turning it off, turning it on, turning it off, would make most rocket engines explode. Unless explicitly designed to be able to be turned off really, really quickly. Like, if you did what I just did, if you tried to do what I just did with the shuttle engine, it would explode. it would blow up. The nozzle would just pop like a bomb going off inside of the nozzle. The Raptor can do that. Yeah, Raptor can do that, which, once again, think about how crazy that is, that Raptors can shut off and turn back on and shut off and turn back on and shut off and turn back on. They must have figured out a way to just keep the power heads spooled, which is either that or they're they have like some type of power head brake mechanism inside a Raptor, which either one of those things is insane. That's absolutely nuts. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, and yeah, baby, that's good. How do they make Battlefield pay to win? You can pay for an XP booster that gives you more XP per kill, and you can unlock better weapons faster, John, which is stupid. I mean, that's a compromise between the finance people and the game designers. That's better than just being able to buy the better gun, but I still think it's dumb. Yeah, exactly. You should see what the oil filter looks like after the first 10 hours of operation of the engine break-in on a Lycoming or a Continental engine from a small plane. It's definitely a bit sparkly. Yep. I mean, Aqualex, I don't know how you're going to do that. How would you keep your impellers spooled while also dealing with hydrodynamic drag of static propellants on the impeller? How the hell do you do that? Unless the bleed lines are open on Raptor to keep the impeller spinning and keep the propellant flowing, but there's no way the bleed line is going to achieve a flow rate that's comparable. Right? Yeah, I don't know how, but they were testing that. Dude, it's crazy. It's absolutely insane. Now, Frowlin, to be honest with you, I have some problems with BF6, but BF6 on the whole is amazing. It is a return to form. If you liked BF2 and 1942 and Battlefield Vietnam, you will like this game. It's pretty damn good. Like I said, it's not straight pay to win, it's XP boosters, which I have a problem with, but that's actually not bad. Like, if we're not dealing with EJ's irrational, like, gatekeeping of first-person shooters, BF6 is pretty damn good for what it is right now. Curious what sort of weight these legs turned out to be. It's not a lot, dude. Okay, so we got a stagger sequence the Cal controller here. Now we got to take this and we got to apply what we just did back into the onto the main craft file. So flip this back over into here like this. Go here like that. And save and continue. Now we got to go back into the Condor 9 prototype. Not that one. Prototype R1. Here we go. And I just got to do all the changes that I just did. I never used any of that, John. These are Flurbos. Actually, I think they're called Kerbucks. I call them Flurbos. These are Flurbos. Do you have any idea what somebody could do with Flurbos? Clone Sister, once again, this is actually, I would contend to say that this is actually a step in the right direction. First-person shooters have become shitified since Fortnite. Fortnite is the catalyst for making them just awful and stuff like that. BF6 is a return to form. Because if you're good, you can be just, you can basically match the level of the people that pay for it, which is hilarious to me. Yeah, Aqualex, it is a... Raptor is ridiculous, dude. Raptor is like... Raptor to rocket engines, dude, is like what alternating current is to electricity at this point, as far as I'm concerned, man. It is... Those things are... That's the real deal, man. That is a... That's what a 21st century rocket engine should look like. With that many flurbos, you could take Roy off the grid. Hey, this guy doesn't have a social security number for Roy. Exactly, Pigeon. Yep. Yeah, I'm about to thrash on your Roy score. Alright, so how do we make sure our continuity between all of our graph files is good? Let's hit save on R1 and... Uh-oh. Don't save. And we go into the leg testing graph file, merge that. There we go. Now we just got to go over the struts and make sure the struts are in the correct spots, dudes. Now we should also have our cal controllers working. And we just got to make sure our motor overclock is still working correctly. Motor overclock is still good. Leg actuation. It has the stagger. Good. Good. And now we just got to make sure the struts are all placed correctly. Yep. Leg struts didn't do it. They tried. That's one. I've just got to do the other side and make sure we're still in 4x symmetry here. That's two. Strut firings are only allowed at night now. And just to be absolutely sure, I'll make sure that we do that one. We make sure that that strut's right as well. And because we're in 4x sim, everything else should be good. you know that a sequel to Lord of War has just started filming? You mean Warlord? Thank you, but I like it better my way. Why? Why? Alright, that's neat. The first one was great, end of story. Cool. Locked. 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 All right, cool. How's that, guys? That looked the part or what? Yeah, I know, Arcalex, it's dumb. Nobody wants to take a risk. Nobody has any balls. It's just, yeah. No stones, dude. This cowardly behavior should be shunned. So, the other thing is that I noticed we don't have a lot of control with the RCS on this thing. Not too incredibly happy about that. What I would really want is to increase these thrusters. I use the block thruster there because it's less parts. The block thruster has frickall for thrust. It's 1 kilonewton. The place anywhere linear ports up here, that's 2. We can get double the control for probably 3 times the parts, but whatevs, dog. I'd prefer this. We need more thrust. Now, prior versions of Condor 9 have used the vernier thrusters, and I don't think we need that much. You know, we'll just create our own thruster blocks with blackjack and Kerbals. There we go. Now, another thing is just to make this thing look nice. And this is a little bit of a aesthetic choice, but if you take the smallest nose cone, the rotor nose cone, makes a nice cool looking thrust block right there. It looks good, Rarest, yeah. Not bad. I'm wondering if there's anything to put right there to make this not look as weird. Nah, it's fine. I just got to make sure all of our extra testing paraphernalia that we had in there is gone, and it looks to be. I don't know, Complex, whatever. All right, let's just do a. I'm just gonna do a test here in this with just the rocket stack, just to make sure the landing legs deploy, and make sure the mechanism as tested is working on the actual rocket. Now, you probably wouldn't see a test like this from SpaceX. SpaceX probably would have just launched it and the landing legs don't work. Well, and that's why Jason 3 happened. But we're still gonna do it. I don't think SpaceX has a way to deploy the landing legs on the pad either, so whatever. Whatever, dog. We can do that, though. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Something was a little fishy with that Cal controller.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Chief. What's up, buddy? All good. How are you? I'm all right, man. Yeah, everything's good, man. I'm just testing out the landing legs. I adjusted something on the cow controller. So ready? One. Or no, hold up. Hold up. One, two, three. Servo is moving. What the heck is wrong with this thing? What servo is moving? Do I have them working? I don't know. Yeah, I'd say they're working. I'm just having a little bit of trouble sequencing the controller. That just dropped with a fully fueled rocket. The real Falcon 9 couldn't do that. You drop the fully fueled Falcon 9 on its landing legs, it'll snap off instantly. They're not designed to hold up the entire rocket. They're only designed to hold up a first stage with like no fuel in it. I'm wondering why that happened though. Why did it something must have happened when we took the sub-assembly and attached it with the servo configuration. It's probably flags on the servos, but something is weird. That it shouldn't be doing that. Dan, how do I calculate when I start the landing burn? Eyeball it. We could test it, but I mean, I think going through the analysis on it, dude, is going through the analysis on it is just, I mean, why do that when we could just fly it? It's more fun that way. set the delay right there. Something was going weird with these hinges. All right, guys, I want to see it again with the exact same craft file. Yeah, I dial it in by just doing it. It's more fun that way. We could probably figure it out. But we could probably do the analysis to figure it out with TWR, fuel levels, etc., etc. But yeah, I like just flying it. Flying it is a much more visual way of doing the analysis. Nah, New Glen scrubbed. Creeper, let's just play Kerbal today. Alright, ready? 1, 2, 3. Huh. I bet the staff at Blue are still there clapping and shouting. Why is hitting this not unlocking the thing? It's not unlocking the leg, which is weird, even though the Cal controller is telling it to. That's definitely a little weird. Disengage servo lock. Just force it by adding it to all of them. Maybe that's what I did wrong. Okay, I'm just testing it on the finalized craft file, guys, because I just want to be absolutely sure that this thing actually does separate. The landing legs do deploy. I would hate it to get back here and try to deploy the stupid landing legs and nothing happen, right? That would suck. Play position is set to 0.5. Yeah, Rastin, I saw it. I changed it. Thank you. If play position is set to 0.5, that would screw it. Yep. That's probably why that was not working correctly. So I forced it in the cow controller to trigger all 4. But play position 5 is good. All right. Well, that is kind of a mess up on my part, but also at the same time, we know what we changed. So now this should work just fine. Good eye. Thanks, Rastin. I appreciate it. Or is it Racin or Rastin? All right, ready? 1, Racing. Got it. Thanks, bud. 1, 2, 3. Ready? Woof. Perfect. Thanks, Racing. Good eye, buddy. I wonder with all the strikes and wings if this thing will float like a leaf. Kerbal has the way of doing weird things with Arrow. It is, Alex. That's exactly what's going to happen. They're going to work like chines. But what are the landing legs on Falcon 9 but chines? Like, same thing on Super Heavy. I mean, that happens in real life. Kerbal will generate a lot more body lift, though. Yeah, Kerbal will generate a lot more lift than real life. Real life, you're not going to generate a lot unless you have wings on the side like New Glenn. That bounce is no bueno, right? That will not happen when we're coming in for a landing, dude. Because that was a fully fueled rocket, Trojan. Yeah, no, the bounce is fine. Don't worry about it. What's the price tag on Condor right now? Okay, let's finalize this craft file first. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Separation. Staging. Upper stage ignition. Fairing separation. Payload deploy. Perfect. All right. So this is no longer revision 1. This is Condor 9 Block 2. Sweet. Excellent. Now I'm trying to think of a mission for this thing to fly. What's the price tag? 58. 58 isn't bad, dude. That's really good, actually. Yeah, that's sweet. Is this old Condor revamped or is it all new? This is a scratch built Condor hip. This has, nothing to do with it has nothing to do with the other, with the old one. This is scratch built, and this is better, dude. It's kind of bumming me out because this thing would be money for integration because the part count is so damn low. 184 parts for the whole stack. Nothing. It's nothing. Landing legs and everything. I mean, I didn't do any hold down points or any of the docking ports for integration, but yeah, it's a good little vehicle. Yeah, this thing is nothing, dude. It's really not a lot. I also got to set those authority limiters to much higher. Are there any comsats in orbit? What do you mean, Nocturlots? Actually, we should keep the naming convention. This would be the 23rd. We'll keep the serial numbers. Those are cool. Are there any communication satellites in orbit for signal? Yeah, oh yeah. In this save, yeah, we've done that all already, dude. I'm not worried about that. Send the coronet to Mars. When do you think the first ever vehicle for Mars will be going to Mars? Probably in the next 10 years. New atmospheric observation satellites to Duna? Not the right rocket, Hip. That's not the right rocket. What's our first stage Delta V reading? 15. And if we switch the second stage to vacuum, 2, okay. Let's, what happens when we put 18 tons up here of fuel? TWR is fine. Should be 1.5 times that, so that should be like 1.2, 1.3 TWR. That should be good because these are 150% rated. So that means we're making almost 2 meganewtons here. Nice. Okay. Yeah, that should be good. What missions are available? I'll show you guys in a second. What about second stage Delta V? This can't do 18 tons. No, that Delta V formula is going to be wrong. Or no, actually that should be right. This can't do 18 tons? I could have sworn my original Condor could do that. Okay, what about 9 tons? $1406 plus 2320. If you had to make a vehicle to go to Mars, what type of vehicle company would you use? A good one. A couple of viewers over in Twitch chat have been watching that, Troy. Yeah, Martin Sidlepants' RSSRO playthrough. It's pretty cool, man. These numbers don't, I don't think those numbers are right. Good in what way? A good way. I kind of want to do an evaluation here with 18 tons. What does this do? So I'm kind of willing to send it. We have 800 grand in the bank. I'm okay with it. This will be good for data. A full up test flight. So let's do it. I kind of.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey Ike, what's going on? Prime stud should be 7 times that, but work and lack of the auto renew are the bane of that reality. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing just fine, dude. My gut's telling me don't do this. I think 18 tons is too much. Let's, all the missions that I have teed up, guys, I can't take any more missions because we can only take 7 because we don't have the upgraded mission control. All the missions out of there are missions that are tooled up for lunar missions. So, hey, Pelly Joe, how are you? I could upgrade mission control, get other missions to do this, but it would cost me about 2/3 of that, of the money over there. Do we want to do those lunar missions on such a low budget? I don't. I really don't. But then again, upgrading mission control could have its payoff, you know? You have cash to spare. If it ruds, it ruds. Okay. I'm wondering... I'm pretty sure the TWR calculation is right, but I did it off the top of my head, Tessa. I'm pretty sure it should be good, though. You know what? If I do that, that should get us what we're looking for. Okay. Let's do a test flight. Condor 9, Block 2, test flight. The engines are already uprated, May. They're 150% of the original Reliance performance. I did that because I like Reliant engines because they look like Merlin engines. Yeah, swivel's not Reliance, sure. All right, let's go. Let's try to test to see if these landing legs do what we want. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. TWR was where I thought it would be. That's good. Got a liftoff. Condor 9 Block 2 test flight, testing out landing leg performance. Vehicle's pitching downrange. She's wiggling up top. It's the same vehicle interaction between these components that's screwing that up. Throttling back. We have a negative pitch rate. Throttling back up. Vehicle's now supersonic. She's heavy. You can definitely feel it, dudes. She is heavy. Oofda. That's not good. Too fast. Stand by for payload fairing jettison. Payload fairing jettison confirmed. Okay, stand by for the boost back. We have relight. We are way further downrange because we tipped over. We don't have enough to land. It tipped over too much, Tessa. Better thrusters are doing me a huge solid here. All right, cool. Switch back to the second stage. This one's gonna go in the water, I think, dudes. We are not going to circularize before this thing gets there. Probably going to lose the first stage. All right, shut it off. How you doing? When's the next in real life rocket launch? Tomorrow? Formula? Yeah, 18 tons is too much. It's too much for this design. Clouds. We have way better cross range though. Oh hell yeah. Oh hell yeah, she flying though. Dude, that shouldn't be the real one can't do that. I mean, maybe someday. That's just silly. That's just silly. That's just silly. That shouldn't be doing that. Come on now. Do you know about the new game coming out that's a version of KSP? It's not a version of KSP. It's Hidden Space Agency. Yeah, Shibili, I know. I'm kind of... Let me fly the booster first. What the actual frick? Well, so much for that being intact. Damn. Oh, come on, man. What the hell is that about? Water. Man, it shot that thing 360 meters deep. You know what really sucks? I can't switch back to the second stage because we're approaching the pressure limits. Oh, we lost that second stage. So, yeah, my second stage is just gonna burn up because game. We got the cross range capability though, but yeah, I'd say with this configuration of Condor, yeah, that's what I was looking at. Those numbers don't add up. That's what I thought. 9 tons would be what we want with this. We don't need to do 18 tons with this unless we're expending. If we expended the booster, yeah, it could do it. I would rate this to be able to like do a boost back and land. I'd probably say 10 to 15, probably 15. It could probably do with that. I mean, it sucks losing the second stage, but that was the whole idea. That thing didn't have the Delta V we didn't have the TWR in the second stage, believe it or not. That's what did it. Now what we could do, we could give the second stage engine a little bit of a, you know, we could give it a little bit of a, you know, overdrive there. Get as much of that back as possible. Horrible idea. Downrange catcher up. Downrange catch doer on a boat. No, I'm good. You thought it was a smooth landing. Yeah, it was all right, Chavalier. It should have been on land. That's what I was trying to do. I was trying to get it back on land. But once again, I pitched over. The moment of the payload up there actually made the rocket kind of sink over. And that made me do a much longer boost back burn. So it really didn't have the fuel that I was looking for. But we can get cross range out of that first stage. But that's not exactly intended behavior either. Can you make a drone ship in KSP? Yep. Yeah, you can make one. You got to make it out of fuel tanks and stuff, but you can do it. So yeah, 18 is probably not good. We could probably get away with it though, if we were expending a booster. Any plans on playing Re-Entry? You guys, Re-Entry is not a new game. It's been out for a long time. It just went into 1.0 recently. I don't know, man. I'm not going to say no, but I really don't have any plans of playing it anytime soon. unless something drastically changes. I don't know, maybe, who knows? Maybe I'll play it tomorrow. I don't know. I'm not gonna promise anything though. Part of me is like, telling me overclock that second stage engine. If you overclock the second stage engine, this could do it. We just have to be careful with our pitch over. I mean, we overclocked the first stage engines. Why not the second one? Get the second one. I mean, how much thrust would a poodle be making? How much thrust would a poodle be making if it was making 150% rated? 375. I don't even think you need that, dude. But then again, the Merlin vacuum engine on Falcon is derived from the Merlin 1D, so we can uprate that. We should be able to uprate that. I'm kind of about that life. J-Speed, what am I thinking? Here's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Poodle would require 1.37 stakes because 1.37 because it is more efficient, though less powerful than a German Shepherd, which would require 1.78 stakes. Oh. How do you overclock an engine? Add an engine's thrust limiter to a cal controller. The cal controllers, and then you can tweak the curves around like that, right? If you take the curve and just make it go off the page, and then you just start moving this thing around, you can get the thrust limiters to go past their 100% of rated performance. If you just never play, if you just hold the cal controller, hold that cal at wherever thrust output you want, your engines can make 150, 200, 300% of rated performance. You can make it as high as you want. The thing is that there are drawbacks to it. You're going to be using way more fuel. It's going to be a little bit harder to control because the engine is making more thrust. You're going to go and you're going to go fast. If you go too crazy with it, the attachment joint for the motor will break. Yeah. You'll go to fire the engine and the engine will just snap off of its mount. So there are limits to overclocking. I try to be a little bit conservative with it. Like, we're not going bananas here. Our overclocking is working with the logistical, with the logical consistency of the iteration of this rocket over this career save. So I started with this engine at 100%. And then with a bigger version of the rocket, we moved it to 110, then 120, then 130, then 150. Like, that is how real rocket engines would uprate in thrust. You would do it slowly and incrementally over time to test the limits of the engine. So this is well within, like, my realistic head canon for the save. Yeah, overclocking engines screws up your delta V numbers, by the way. So you have to do manual analysis on this, but that's okay. You can also refuel SRBs. If you take an SRB that's been spent and you attach a cal controller to it and you invert the thrust, you turn the curves down and you make it make negative thrust and then play the cal controller, it'll refuel an SRB, by the way. If you want reusable SRBs in KSP, you can do it. J-Vault, you're newer here. Why are you in the airplane hangar? The camera controls in here are better. Yeah, so, like for instance, if you wanted a reusable shuttle program and you wanted to bring your boosters back, you could reuse them. Does increasing thrust change the mass flow rate? Yes, it changes the mass flow rate, yes. You will consume more fuel. It's abstracting a bunch of the things that would be... So Lava, it's abstracting a lot of the things that you'd have to fix if you wanted to just increase the mass flow rate on your liquid fuel engine, right? Like, oh, let's just double the mass flow rate, right? Our impellers won't care about that. The gas generators won't care about that. It'll be fine. Just double everything. Surely it won't explode when we go to fire it, right? Like, a lot of that is obviously abstracted because it's KSP, but yeah. How is 100% of engine thrust measured? If it's max thrust, how could it be over 100? Dean, say I have a rocket engine that I rate at 100 kilonewtons. So if my rocket engine was throttleable and it made 90 kilonewtons of thrust, that's 90% of rated performance, right? Because it's making 100 kilonewtons. Now, if we upgraded that design and say we figured out, we can really squeeze a little more out of this design, right? And then through our upgrades, the motor was able to make 105 kilonewtons of thrust. Your original rating for the engine was at 100. Now you figured out it can make 105 stably. 105% of rated performance. There you go. Doing this with rocket engines is something that happens in real life. They did it with shuttle engines. They do it with SLS engines. Chloe, get your homework done first. Correct, Dean, yes. Keep in mind, everybody's different. You know, a new iteration of the engine, like with SpaceX, could change the thrust rating. But, like how it's done kind of legacy in the past is its initial thrust rating. You rate your thrust off of the Block 1 variant, or the Block 0 variant. And then if Block 1 makes more thrust, it's a percentage of rating. So like 105, 106, 109, 150 in our case. Is this intended in the game? The devs are fine with it. When I showed them this, the devs were cool with it. They were like, whatever. Yeah, that's kind of neat. Kind of neat that you can do that. So now that I uprated the second stage motor, the second stage engine is basically making the same percentage thrust as the first stage. We should have the TWR here. This game still has developers. No, Geeson, I've just been streaming for so long that we were able to be around here when the developers were developing the game. They used to hang out and chat all the time. They don't anymore because they're not developers for KSP anymore. It's just I've been streaming for so long. We've been streaming so long, we had conversations with the developers. Yeah, I talked to Rover Dude about it one time on stream. Probably like 8 or 9 years ago or something, whenever the Cal controller was introduced. That's right, Coder, yeah. So this should give us the oomph that we need. This might get us this might get us 1800 if I can control the pitch rate on launch. The Cal controller is only 6 years old, so then it was 6 years ago.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Order, 124 months. What's up, dude? You got a new puppy yesterday. You're worn out. Good luck, man. All right. Under 24 months is like 10 years. Yep. Your dog Delta V is now 3. Still wears you out. Yep. I say go for another test flight. We have the budget. Let's go for another test flight. Let's do it. With the upgraded engine, let's see what it does. Hey, Supersonic. What's up, man? Hope you're doing good. Yeah, I'm doing just fine. I'm doing fine. What if I don't want the black stripes there? Hey, we have the upgraded VAB. We pay for it. It doesn't cost anything.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, baby. That's nice. That looks pretty good. Paint it red to go faster. Impressive. Very nice. Let's see Elon Musk's rocket. Oh, that Block 5. Version number. Carbon composite interstage. The cork dance floor, I had to have it. Huh? Alright, let's do another test flight. Oh yeah, the raised SpaceX lettering. Oh, I had to have it. Thank you, Snibbles. Nobody said anything in chat. I'm just like, all right. I guess they didn't get it. I guess they didn't get that. Oops. Blasts. Hey, Akabidi, 75-month resub. Thank you. Some of the old KSP 1 devs and major modders and some of those that went to the unmentioned game transition over to KSA still pop in here now and again. Are you telling me what devs show up in my chat, Tessa? Okay. I know. I'm here when they do. T-minus 10, 9, 8. Wait, hold for a second. Does it keep doing that? All right. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff. Condor 9 Block 2, flight test 2. Good that time. Clouds. This ascent trajectory is caca. I'm not on the right flight azimuth, dudes. Alright, well this is really going to put our second stage through its paces here. Let's see what happens. Okay, Miko, stage separation. Upper stage ignition. We killed something. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. No. Revert? Can't. Well, this test is useless. So, you know, that's good. Out of all the things, it wasn't even pointed at the stupid probe core. Come on. Control-Alt-Delete? Why? Why are we Control-Alt-Deleting? This was this test flight not going well is entirely my fault. I can't believe that. That's so dumb. No, my second stage engine firing burnt out my probe core. It blew up the probe core on the first stage. Out of all the crap that I have sitting in that inner stage, it got the probe core, which just pisses. That's stupid. By the way, the second stage would have easily circularized. We can cut it. Yeah, that would have worked too. Yeah, a little bit of uprating on the second stage engine. What's its max thrust? 377. Yeah, that would work. It would have made it. It would have put it all into space. That ain't no thing. Yeah, easily. We're at 2,000 already. That's actually way too much. The rating is way too high. But yeah, you know, it's still registering the stage as a fucking probe, which just pisses me off. Would it be worth having a redundant probe core in the stage? No, it'd be worth not blowing it up. That's such bull crap, dude. I hate it when the game dicks you over like that. We could put the probe core in. The fix is to put the probe core back down here. Put the probe core in this spot right here. Put it behind the big fairing plate. In here. Put it in this area right there. Underneath the interstage attachment fitting. Where the nose cone is, basically. That would be good. Stage fly is great. It might slow down, dudes. It might slow down. We might be able to get it back. It's the computer, mate. The probe core is the computer for the first stage. We blew up the computer. The avionics package was sitting right behind the decoupler. My guess is the uprated thrust probably did it. This is not surviving, by the way. Good news. Water has been fixed. Yep, we confirmed that. Sucks. So I had trouble controlling that thing, dude. I think we need to... I know the fix. Guys, all of my Octo 3 boosters like this have been... The real reason why that happened is because we staged at a weird angle, at a weird altitude, and the thing was moving all over the place, and that's no good. I can move the probe core on the first stage. That's fine, so we won't have this problem. We'll just move it down into the attachment fitting, but that's still right here. Yeah, see, we blew up the probe core. Let's put it behind the fairing plate. Actually, just right there is fine. I just got to make it so I can still click on it. It's in the fairing plates. That's okay. So that fixes that problem. But the real thing is that it wasn't very controllable. I'll turn on yaw, pitch, and roll control for all three engines. Well, roll control doesn't really make a difference. I'll turn on yaw and pitch control there. Means we were yawing with just one single swivel in the center. Yeah, that's why. Our yaw control was no good. This should fix that. That should fix that problem. And that should get us what we want. But, yeah. One more test flight would be good, but I think one more is, yeah. Let's just do one more and that's it. All right, last test flight, and then after that, we're gonna have to use missions. Give me 1 second, dudes. Give me 1 sec. I just gotta shoot Bree a text real quick. Sorry, I shoot Bree a text. Think it'll work this time? This? Yeah, this should be fine. Okay. All right, let's roll. Sorry, I just needed to get that out of the way. All right. Okay, so we have better yaw control this time. All right. We did that. We adjusted the controller. Everything's good. All right. T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Okay, we got to lift off again. Condor 9 Block 2, test flight number 3. Roll program is good. Pitch is gravy, dude. Very nice. Pitching over too much again. She's gimbal locked. This vehicle is uncontrollable. We have a negative compounding pitch rate. Oh, it's stabilized out. Staging right now would kill us, by the way. Yeah, whatever, let's do it. Ain't no way this thing's coming home. Too far down range again, man. I'll save the fuel. We'll just try to land it. It'll land. We'll be landing out on the water, but it's fine. Damn it! I'm annoyed I can't get it. Guess who has a broken tooth? Great. Guess who has a rocket that doesn't fly straight? So, what we could do is we could tell all the other engines, to gimbal. That should give us the control authority that we're looking for. Keep in mind, we're testing like the absolute worst case for this thing, dude. And I keep pitching it over too much for this type, for this much mass on it. Oh, you can do it, bro. Just need more testing and research. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that would have broken something. We do not have a drone ship. Oh. Yeah, it should not be able to do that. Like, that's... I mean, it's nice, don't get me wrong, but... Legs would have worked. That would have been fine. The landing legs give it too much lift. I mean, there's not much else we can make this thing out of that's going to... That's 3 failures in a row. I'm pretty pissed off about that. That sucks. First mission, I tipped over too much and we burned up. Second mission, I got the trajectory right, but the stupid probe core exploded. Third mission, we tipped over because I didn't get the trajectory right. That's... We really haven't gotten much conclusive data here. I'm actually kind of annoyed. Because we spent almost 200 grand on this test program, and that's... really, really goddamn annoying, actually. Honk. All this crap. I'm trying to, at this point, I'm trying to recover as much of the crashed debris as I possibly can so we can recoup some money. Cool. Just got here. Is it the rocket or something you're doing? The control systems aren't good enough. It's a drop in the ocean, pardon the pun. Don't do that. Just trying to think what would give us more control moment. I mean, I suppose the fix would be having all the engines thrust vector. Like, right now we just don't really have the range. Whole lot of SAS. Get out of here. So my the last Condor 9 that I built had Bobcat engines in it. It had Bobcat engines which have 5 degrees. We're using swivel engines which only have 3. Nah, dead skim, I don't want to do that. But the thing is that the so these 3 engines here, 1, 2, 3, have no gimbal control. Neither do those. None of them have gimbal control. It's only these. It's only the 3 in the center. I thought that's all I would needed, but the thing is that that is all I would have needed for a rocket that was half the size of this. So it's just we don't really have good control on the way up, and what happens is one of these engines was just gimbal locked, right? It was just at maximum thrust vector, and that was still, we were full pitched up, locked pitched up, and still pitching down, which means unrecoverable. That means a loss of control. They got a word for that. It means crashing. The annoying thing about that is that I didn't do it. I found a way for it to work on the second try. On the second try, I got the trajectory just fine, despite the weird yaw control. We should have dialed it in. That's more me than anything, guys. Like, the trajectory, it can be done. It can be done. We did it. I had a perfect staging velocity, and we blew up the damn probe core. How are the 3 engines oriented during ascent? This is the pitch axis. That's the yaw axis. You think them being tilted could screw with their, I mean, it shouldn't be too bad, dude. Like, I pitch for all gravity turns because I do row programs. See, I want to just fly it again, but maybe we should. Maybe we should just fly it again. I'd say our limit is 500K, so we could do 2 more test flights. That's really the maximum limit. Hey, where's the flags? Oh, I put the flags on in the VAB, which is, yeah, no. All right, hold on. I don't want the black text. Or the black stripes. I don't want that. I want it to look nice. Like that. Don't save. That was a glitch. Don't save it. Do all engines gimbal? No, not on this. It originally we didn't need all that. That was so Nazlik when this rocket was the Octo 3 Block 1, it was a lot shorter. You didn't need that much turning capability. I probably should just put all the gimbal back on all the engines. That should probably work. Yeah, just turn them back on. These do not need to be there for roll, though, if we're gonna do that. That's way too much roll control. So if we're gonna turn these back on, I just want them for pitch and yaw. And then over here in action group 7, lock gimbal. There we go. Let's just put it at 100, John, and see. 100 should be good. That should be good enough. All right, now let's get those flags back in here. What the hell's VSR 3? Much cleaner. Nice. Impressive. Very nice.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, what's going on? 62 month resub. Another month, another message. Hope the family's good. Mr. Johnson, thanks for keeping up the STEAM education fun. Yeah, no problem, dude. Oh my goodness, the symmetry on the edges. Slightly misaligned, and you. Oh, I thought you were making it. Never mind. Yeah, I know. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Image. It does look good though. Spac's fine. All right, so we have all the gimbal control here enabled. Did I do the actuation toggles on those? Yes, I did. Okay. 4th test flight. Hopefully your boy doesn't screw it up. Remember, we got to go up. Up, not sideways. First stage is for going up, not sideways. Unless you wanted to, and I don't want it to. So the first stage is for going up. Up. Hey, where does this rocket go? It goes up. T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, fourth test flight. Maybe we'll actually get it right for a change this time. Okay, roll program is complete. Pitching over. Compensating just a little bit, but it seems to be okay. Pitch rate is stopped at 84.5. It's modulating. Oh, no. It's very slight, but pitch rate is increasing. Or pitch control is increasing. Not really what we want. Throttling back for max Q. Okay, start our pitch over. That wasn't as bad. That's a little bit more manageable, guys. Okay, we're past max Q. Vehicle supersonic. Okay, throttling back up. Much more manageable, much more controllable. We did not gimbal lock anything that time. Okay, stand by for Miko. Okay, Miko. Stage separation. Stage separation confirmed. Okay. Switching back over to the first stage, shutting down all the other engines, turning it around. And starting our boost back burn. Much better. Boost back burn is stopped. Turning on aero control surfaces. Okay, switching back over to the second stage. Why did New Glenn scrub? Coronal mass ejection from the sun is causing higher solar activity, solar weather activity. Bearing separation confirmed. Stand by for Seco. Yep, that easily would have made it with 18 tons into Leo. We'll just leave it there. Good. Second stage TWR performed good. Now the business part. This is really what we're after. Antares, thanks for the stream. Have a good night. No, Antares, you no. Stay here for the landing. Trust me. Okay, we got a lock on the target. We are a little... Actually, that's not bad. Come on, baby. Landing legs deploy. Servos aren't locking. Mother trucker. I started the landing burn just a little bit too high. That was just a little bit too high, but that wasn't bad for eyeballing it. We did get the most expensive parts back. Some servo parts did not lock, though. Which ones? Which ones screwed up? Hold on. I need to get to the stage. There it is. What didn't lock? That one. Why didn't she lock? Did the down ones lock? Yeah, that one worked. Did any of the landing leg servos survive? One of them did. Did that one lock? Hold on, we gotta look. We gotta sift through the debris. Didn't lock. Why? Oh. Wait, the torque limiter was engaged? Why was the motor on? What is it with me and not getting the continuity right lately? This is ridiculous. I'm usually a lot better at this, guys. I'm sorry. Strut's just trying to run away. Hey, the probe core survived. That's good. But that really doesn't solve why those things weren't locking, dudes. That doesn't solve why it didn't lock. That's really annoying, actually. Why did those do that? Because those ones definitely aren't locked. See? The reading is not locking. The reading is open. But the reading is open with the motor activated. Nah, Pixig. Well, we already did the landing leg tests, dude. This is just craft file continuity. Meaning this is a problem that I already fixed that just decided to rear its head again. That happens when you don't have all your craft files synced together. Like, maybe the fix that I made was in the VAB or something, and not in the SPH. And if we took this out of the SPH to use it, then we undid work. Other than that, though, second stage performed great. Everything performed fine. This is just really a matter of me dialing it in and steering the thing correctly. Can't lock if they're still moving. Maybe aero forces on the legs wiggling the servos. Yeah, Arcane, maybe. It's possible. The torque limiter definitely had something to do with it, but the thing deployed, which is weird. Like, deploys at about 35 meters a second for what it's worth. Check the angle and position in the part action window in your next descent. I just got to make sure there's nothing weird with that craft file, man. Something is weird with it, and I don't like it. I know what I did. When I set the position on this back to 0, I moved it forward and unlocked them. Wait, but that wouldn't change anything. Now, what? You know what? Hold up. Hold up. Hold up a second. I'm thinking. Also, Kerbal's thinking. Tube. Arcane, I think I just messed with that Cal controller right before and didn't hit the save button and hit launch because that should have worked. I don't know why. It could have been Arrow, like you said. We'd have to watch them. We'd have to watch them in the part action window, like you said. Guided missile the size of a baguette. Neat. But I think that confirms our flight trajectory. The trajectory is fine. Give me a second. Yeah, I wanted the steeper ascent profile, dude. You have to get the key is to get the booster to go above 70. It has to go above the Kerman line. It has to go above 70 so you can switch it. It has to go out of the atmosphere so you can switch back to the second stage. That gives you enough time to circularize, then switch back to the first stage and steer it down. So you got to kind of fly on a trajectory that goes more up. It has to be a steep trajectory. Hang on, I want to send Bill over there real quick. I was gonna try to attach the probe core to this to see if we can command it to lock, but yeah, not gonna work. Yeah, it's not gonna work. Bill can't pick up the stupid thing. Dollar bill. Yeah, I can't reattach a probe core. Is this the Kerbal FAA mishap investigation team? Yeah. I wanted to see if we can grab the Octo, but he can't pick it up. Maybe he can pick it up without that. Oh. You can lift more with more Kerbals. No, I know. Alright. Well, that's a shame. No. Get in. All right, well, we did get one back, so that's cool. We got most of the material back for that flight test. Just wondering why those things didn't do that. That's really annoying, actually. I guess another question to ask too is does it matter if those hinges get locked out? I mean, auto struts would probably be the reason why we would want that, but it should still be able to be held up. That's why I wish I didn't misjudge the landing burn. And we got some cash back. That's pretty good. That's what I did, J-Speed. Yeah, that's what I was doing. I was spamming my lockout key, and it was like, nah. And what I had to do was, I wasn't sure which hinges didn't lock, so I checked the main hinge, And in the time where I needed to check that main hinge, I misjudged the landing burn and crashed. Nah, I don't really feel like it. Why don't you ask me later, Crabsy? We're still good for the double Falcon launch on Friday? Yeah? Yeah, there's surface deployed mystery goo observations. Oh, yeah. Could he have gotten a new probe core? We would need another Kerbal. I would need another engineer there. The more Kerbals you have in range, you can move heavier things because they work together, right? All right. Okay. Guys, that thing should be good for at least some uncrewed missions. It's gonna be a second before we put the Taurus capsule on top of it, but yeah, we should be good for something. Like, what do we need for these missions? The next thing we need to do is redo the descent module, or make a new LEM. I don't like the one that we're using. I'm going to redesign it. Rescue Billy Bob Rod. Alright, we need to rescue. So that means that's a capsule mission. Surface outpost mission would probably be the thing that I want to work on, which means we need to make this surface outpost thing. We're gonna get into doing surface outpost and surface operations, guys. I want Moon Crane. Who knows? Back from the other career mode. I want Moon Crane. And then I want the, what was the name of the pallet system, the lunar pallet system? One last question before I have to go. What's the best way to get past the early stages without the lizard? Just do missions. Guys, I'd have to go back and find my career mode file. It's on the other computer. It's on Rusty somewhere. I'm looking on the other computer. Give me 1 second, okay? I found the light tower crap file. Oh dear. I found it. I found the save. Okay, hold on 1 second. I'm gonna have to transfer these over the network. Give me 1 moment. I found it. I found the career mode saves. And I found my original mission mode saves too. Yikes. You bet. Concur. We don't need any more of these. There they are. I'm just making sure we don't overwrite anything going in here. We're gonna take a little trip down memory lane here for a second. I want that, I want that, I want that. Okay, it's transferring 3 gigs of Kerbal crap files. McGregor's doing a test firing right now. This is the whole kit and caboodle. This is every craft file I've ever made. I'm loading it onto this computer. Every craft file I've ever made since 2017. Yeah. All the stupid helicopters we tried. I see it. All the Condor 9 craft files, every single one of them. Every single shuttle craft file. Jebstone. The historical documents. It's 4,500 craft files. I mean, they're not, it's not, I transferred the saves over too, for what it's worth. So it's not just the craft files, it's all the saves and all the quick saves that come with all the craft files. Holy balls, that's a lot. Yeah, 4,500 items. That includes the moon cranes and stuff, dudes. Yeah. Shouldn't be any copies. I took it out of the master save directory, my master save backup trajectory. Okay. Ready? There they are. So, default is my original career mode. E_J_ space administration is, I believe, the second mission mode save we ever did. Let's see if this still works. Engineering mode is my original engineering mode save. Engineering mode 22 is the one that we started in 2022. Mission mode 2 and mission mode MM2 right there. That is the mission mode 2 save. So that's the SSTOs, Freedom Rockets. MM3 is where I built CTS5. CTS5, and we assembled the space station and stuff. How we doing? We're doing, man. We're doing. Brimo Gone Rogue is still there, yes. I didn't transfer it, but yes, it's there. We're doing another mission mode. No. I wanted to start building bases on other planets, Sea Kraken, and I think it would be a good idea to go look at my moon crane. Holy balls, what is all this? No way. No way. Verbal is using 20 gigs of RAM right now. It did not like loading that save, dude. It really didn't. Oh my gosh, it's using 20 gigs. Dude, this is the, it's not the museum, no. This is the storage hangar. For a non-modded install, that's impressive. I will, Ponzister. I don't like that noise. The freaking hangar! Oh, my hangar! With the truck and the trailer! Dude, look at the original Condor. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh. Oh, God, so bad. That core is flown, by the way. It has a reaction wheel up there, man. Yeah, it's so bad. Oh, God. Is that the one where you use little robots to lift the legs? Yep. No one's been in that hangar for 8 years. Not in game. In real life. Yeah. 2017, 2018. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold up. This has Neptune stuff hanging around all over the place. Hang on. No, Noctilex, I have not seen it. This is the save where you had the museum out on the island runway. Oh no. That's 3 colony ships moving out to Duna. This is the mint chip base. You understand this, right? Nobody's been at this base.
Discovery, go at
It's like
throttle up.
2018. You stopped playing the save shortly after I started watching the stream. Oh, 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 oh. Does it work? It's working. The freaking ion shuttle. Oh god, that thing sucked. Modular transporter. The KMU. The KMU. This is a shipyard, guys. My ships land over here. These vehicles right here go, dock to them, and they can ferry them around on the surface. They ferry them around on the surface and then attach them here so they can refuel. It's a big gas station. Let's see, ready? 0, 1, 2, 50% simulation with all this nonsense going on here. Skytug. Goliath, Neptune. Scobie's there. Minmus Express. Oh, God. Hold on. Hold on. The freaking Minmus Express. Oh, no. The freaking Minmus Express. I made a freaking train of parts to build that base. That base wasn't launched in one piece, guys. Everything was attached with docking ports. I built that thing. All the lanes, all the attachment pieces, the refinery, everything was built. I sent it up in pieces. And what I did was we sent them up in pieces, then we attached them all together and made a freaking train. Yeah, Jim, it's fine. Yep, that's what's left of it. These are all the empty payload attachment fittings. This is when I kind of just made everything bespoke. Like, if I needed a small piece, I would just make it. We needed a payload attachment fitting, just make it. Whatever. It's fine. Yeah, Electron, I know what you mean, dude. This is before Kerbal construction, Sea Kraken. Yep. Hold on. Hold on. Don't break. Don't explode. Yes! They still work! Awesome! How long has this been here? Dude. The mobile mining base. With deployable rear door that's landing gear actuated. Oh my goodness. Does it still? Nope. What's in the next crater? How the heck did that thing get to the moon? Neptune, dude. That thing used to be able to hop. You can hop it down. It's a lander. It's a lander, but it's also a mining base. It's a mobile mining base. So it actually will come down. You can land it on the surface, and then you can just drive it wherever. And it's basically a gigantic roving base. It's huge. What was the reuse capability on Neptune? You could bring the first stage back and land it. Oh. Neptune was never fully reusable, dude. It was always recoverable. Yep. It's definitely my save.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Deadbringer. Yep, this is definitely these are definitely this is definitely my save. %12 load. They're just Grissums, Sea Kraken. They're just Grissums. That's all they are. This isn't the save that I want the parts from, though. That's the career mode save.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Lawyer. 96-month resub. 8 years. Oh my gosh, we're old. Yeah, fine. Don't worry about it. These ideas are actually super cool, though, man. We were doing some pretty neat stuff. I don't know why. Like, I don't know. I think my strive for plausible realism kind of stifled a lot of these, but we can do this again with plausible realism. We'll make them. We can do stuff like this. I hope that didn't kill anybody. I don't think anybody died. Man, I hope this thing survives. Yeah! Built like a tank, baby! Yeah, just blow up. Well, this was another mobile mining base, but I don't think it's working very well anymore. It was. Does it still hover? I'm not entirely sure what's causing all this above back here, but I guarantee you it's not something great. Look at how sad it is. Did Grandparent Strut even exist when this was a thing? No. No, man. I don't know, MotoKid. It was definitely the terrain that screwed that up. Scatterer broke that thing. I'm amazed it didn't break anything else. Everything was clipping into the ground. That's the problem. Mods basically caused that problem. We didn't have any mods when we made this save. I'm amazed the Minmus base actually loaded. Don't worry, I have this save backed up, so I'm not worried if stuff blows up. $752 parts, K5CO1, with a heavy tag on it. This was last modified in 2022. Last persistent copy is reading 2019, January of 2019. Wow. Oh, still loading, huh? I think this was the cargo plane that I built, and I do believe that I built the fuselage out of wings. So this thing kind of ends up looking like Star Raker or something, but yeah, yeah. Oh, here we go. Should be popping in here in a second. Wow. That's awesome. That's awesome, dude. Probably not at all, Pigzig. Fly it? No. Now let's I'm gonna restart KSP, dude. I think I called it Baikal whiskey. I was going through my Buran phase at the time, so I named everything after Buran shuttles. And then I realized that Buran is a piece of trash, and then I just started building American stuff. Sorry, just thought I'd be real with you. Yeah, the space shuttle's a way better design. All right, well, this loads. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. Okay. This is the crap. This is the save that we want. Yeah, this is the one we want. This has all the good stuff. This is why I loaded up these old saves. This is a straight career mode save. can't believe it loaded up mint chip and the thing didn't blow up. It's pretty sick, dude. I have no idea what Energia was. It was a Soviet rocket that was built to launch the Soviet space shuttle. It's a pretty good design. The lifter is good. The shuttle is caca. I'm getting some inspiration. Probably just take the craft files, dude. So I had a whole system, guys, with this career mode save for building bases. And I called it the Moon Crane. Maybe the Dawn module. What is this? Oh, nice. Not bad. Eve transfer vehicle. Yeah, this is the save with the Rigel capsule. Glen capsule? Oh yeah, that was the test. I didn't finish that. I didn't like it. HEM1. There's the descent module. That was my science hopper. J2C Delta V calculation. Chipstone 1. Nice. Yeah, in this career mode save, I did not do the lizard thing, and I launched Jeb on like the 3rd or 4th flight and killed him. Yep. That's why I was very careful this time around. There's Jebstone 2. Oh, nice. Jebstone 3. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. A Saturn 1B with 6 SRBs attached to the side. What the hell is that thing? I don't want to know. Buran had a better launcher and somehow a lower payload capacity. Yeah, it was dookie. Jebstone 4. Oh, God. Oh. Oh. Oh, it's so... Oh, God. It's so bad. No. No. No, no, no. Jebstone 5 should be a modernized Saturn 5. Yes, there it is. I SLS MPS'd your Saturn 5. Deal with it. This save was awesome. Maybe show the SRB manned capsule like Constellation. Oh. Man, look at all these. Look at all these friggin' craft files. What the heck? What the heck is this? That is what you think it is. Oh. It's a Saturn V first stage flyback booster. That thing will turn around, come back down, and land on a runway. Yeah. That was the only way to mount that correctly. This was a prototype. It actually ended up having pretty decent capacity, but what's K1? Oh, that's just a science plane. I don't need that. Oh god, it's the carrot. Lizard's a better name anyway. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I do believe this whole thing folds out like the whole thing folds out. Like it'll just fold up like origami. And then there's your docking umbilical. You guys ever wondered building launch pads on other planets? There you go. There you go. That's it. That's the thing that I want right there. And then that's Moon Crane right there. Man, we were cooking during this save. Holy crap. The Madden cart? Nope, that was a prototype. I didn't like it. MEM1B? Oh, the Lunar Exploration Module. There it is. Does MEM2? That has the truck. That has the deployable rover. Dude, I remember these things. Oh, we gotta get back to this. We gotta get back to this. We gotta get back to doing this stuff. This is kicked butt, dude. There's the rover. Yep. Yeah, this thing folds out. I want this. I want this. I might just borrow this. There's the MMB. I brought it into the career mode save, but we never used it. Oh, it's so sick, dude. Look at this thing. We launched it in one piece. One piece inside of a 10-meter fairing on the Neptune rocket. And here's where EJ obligatorily says, I can make this way better. And I would make this way better, and it would look amazing nowadays. I hopped one and killed everybody on board on the moon because I misjudged the hop. It still has the Kraken Tech door, dudes. How many parts is this? 338? Not bad for what it is. And it's nuclear powered. We have an array of RTGs sitting in here. You're speechless? Bro, I'm telling you, man. Moon-based prototype. What is this? Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That's the prototype. Now, where's the damn crane? Moon crane. Here it is. But, Moon crane 2? Three. Oh. That's it, dudes. That's it. There it is. Yes. Does it still work? You use it, I can use it to pluck stuff off of a descent module. So if I didn't want to make a overhead descent module in this career mode save element. So what I did want to do is make a descent module that can come back down, but the problem is you're not going to put something underneath it, you're going to put something on top of it. So this thing would come down with a base component on top, and then I could just get the crane to go near it, or just, you know, get it near the crane. Crane could pluck the component off and place it down. There it is with its descent module. Yep. See, and then the crane had wheels. It has rover wheels that can deploy, so it can either set up on jacks, all right, and then you could put the wheels down, let the jacks go, and then the wheels have 180 degrees of movement, and it could crab. It can go left, right. It can go forward, back. It can go diagonally. So you can basically set up shop with the crane anywhere. Why is there a vernier thruster on me? And that's with its descent module. That's my old descent module design. I wasn't exactly... I'm not exactly sure how we got this thing off of this, though. Yeah, those RCS blocks are way over-engineered for purpose, by the way. What's Moongrain 3T? Nothing. Mooncrane 4. Ready to roll. Oh, that's it with the this is my reusable descent module. That's the RDM. I don't know. The whole point of this was to start developing out this architecture for our current career mode save. But, I don't know, moon ore palette? Bro. Andonemsky, how are you? There it is, moon palette. That's what I want, right there. Let's see if this thing still goes. You're gonna get back to your current save. I'm not doing this for nostalgia, guys. I'm doing this to test this stuff. I want to evaluate this stuff because there's not really too much point in reinventing the wheel. I would really like to jump back in with this. I want to take some of these parts and use them, or at least take the idea, refactor the craft file, and build out some sick stuff with the with our current save. Are you gonna get back to the current save before you move on to BF6? What? I don't know. What? Kerbal's now using 25 gigs. That's why it's taking forever to load. We should give it a restart. Okay. All right. Here we go. Okay. So watch, dudes. I don't think you realize how useful this is for building a base, especially on another planet. So the moon crane will grab this thing, pluck it off the descent module, and it'll put it on this. We can use these guide tracks, the guide pieces here. You use them to make sure that you're more or less aligned, right? And then, ready? I can use this to just attach it to whatever. And we can change the height. Traverse rate is not standardized between these. That's correct. This makes it so you could build whatever. You can make whatever you want. This is so like career mode. It's like, oh, we need you to attach a new module to this base. All right. How do you deal with uneven terrain? Build on flat area. That's how you deal with uneven terrain. Now, the thing that you could do with this, watch. So, if you control from here, you control from the docking port, right? And then here, you take these, you unlock those. I do believe I had these on a CAL controller. Translation movement. All right, so we take the CAL and because we're controlling from the docking port, now we can crab. See why I wanted this? This thing is superbly useful. And it's a pretty damn good design for what it is. We did a good job with this thing. I'm having, okay, yeah. That's great, Danevsky. Try to keep it classy during the day, but okay. Is it independent suspension? Yes. Does this look like it has a solid axle? All the wheels are independent of each other. Big of a module can it support? You can get reasonably big. I've built bases. With this thing. If I restart KSP, I can show you. But you see what I mean? Maybe we don't need to like pull the craft file exactly, guys. But actually, I can. Everything is in the same save now. We can pull it. Remake it. And make this thing just that much better. Dude, my building technique has gotten so good. Mission mode honed my building technique so well. Like you had to be so precise with how you make things that, yeah, like a lot of these craft files, the ideas are amazing. It's just the execution on the craft file is not great. Please replace the old light texture with a new one. Yeah. Did you rip this directly from your career mode? Not ripped directly, RJ. This is the career mode save from 2019. This would be my first career mode save. We're doing the second career mode save right now. Thanks for pronouncing your last name correctly. You don't make it easy with all those X's, dude, but I got you. I got you, man. I got you. Oh, jeez. Eve transfer vehicle. Whoa.
Why did I send so many missions to the moon in this save? This is my first career mode save, 1000 from like 2019. Real Kerbal question, do rovers need to have Kerbals to pilot, or can a probe core work? Probe core will work provided you have the signal, Vargon, yeah. Why didn't we send this many missions to the moon in real life? Okay. Okay, Jason. Yeah, alright. What's up, man? How you doing? Okay, that's fair. Didn't you do something like Apple's TV show on Moon? For All Mankind? No, frick that show. That show sucks. Oh yeah, you could also combine the palettes together and they can work as one. See? This is here because there's resources here. I remember, we drove. We drove away from the main base because there's a resource deposit here. Over here. So it's an SPMT. A lunar SPMT, Vargon. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, it's like an off-road SPMT, dude. Because it's got suspension on it and stuff. But that's generally the idea, yeah. Yeah, Whiskey, I'm not a... they lost me after season 2. I'm just like... What's going on here? I don't care if these people, these astronauts love each other. I want to go to the moon. I don't... Yep. Check it out, dudes. We detached the, yeah, see, watch, ready? We detached those 2 other modules. This whole thing can go together as one big roving thing. Or you could just let the modules off. You could undo the moon palette and it could just sit there. And then there's the reusable descent module. That's the RDM. Which one is this? I think this is RDM 2. Oh, 4. Flags from all the different expeditions. I know what this is. This is the reusable descent module with a capsule-derived ascent module. Yeah, that sounds like me. I forget which RDM this is. And there's Moon Crane. There's RDM2. The hell's Curbway? Oh, Gateway, but with Curb. This save is from 2019, guys. 2019. And it has a gateway in it. Because, you know, I was like, I remember now. I was like, let's build a gateway. Let's build Gateway out there. Gateway, you know, Gateway, it's going to launch in another couple of years because we're going to be at the moon in 2024.
There's the 2 Rygo capsules. Romancon got slightly better in 4, but it fell off a cliff in Season 3. I hear they're doing a spin-off from the Soviet perspective, though. No, Airborne, it won't. I mean, we all built Gateway. You even set Skylon to yours. Nice, Jason. Nice build, dude. Don't explode?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
There's the crane. Yeah, see? There's a moon pallet here. And I took the moon pallet and I attached just a lander can to it, a Mark II lander can, and we made a rover. We made a rover that could basically traverse anything. I don't know what happened to that moon crane. It is a moon crane. It's got the pallet jacks on it. I have no idea what happened to it. I very, very clearly replaced it, though. What's inside that service module housing? Oh, ore tanks. Dude, this stuff is sick. This is so cool, man. Almost in real time, too. This whole base is cool, dude. No, Mackenzie, I loaded up another save because I want the moon pallet, guys, and I want moon pallet. That thing is too freaking cool to not have. And I want a new descent module. I liked the RDM design was good, but we can make that better. Moon crane is ace. That thing is so damn cool. That was such a good design. This is right when they put robotics into the game, too. Do you imagine if we scaled this? Yeah, it's really good. It's a really good setup. It's based off of NASA's Spider design. way. Damn, dude. Past EJ had it going on. Look at this damn thing. I remember making this. I remember it took so long to get this stupid thing right. I remember it was such a pain in the butt to time the drilling animation with this so the drill didn't clip through. Oh, dude, that's so cool. Whoa. Yeah, there's the ISRU. All this was delivered by a moon crane, the moon crane and the moon pallet. No flags, RJ. I'm seeing places for improvement all over the place here, dude. I can make a better descent module. The pallet's actually really good the way it is. I don't think I'm going to change anything there. Right? You can just look. The base was mid-construction. We were going to attach another science pallet. It's probably for a mission. Wow. What was the reason you used the smaller docking ports rather than the CBMs? Smaller docking ports I find to be more precise. This is the architecture I want. At least initially. Moon crane. Let's see what we got here. Yeah. I'm not sure why I have a Jebstone 4 and a Saturn 5 stage sitting over there with modules on them, but alright. And then another Jebstone 4 over there, but... Anything here? Anything there? The amazing golf ball whacker probe. Do we want to know what the heck that is? Do I want to know? I don't know if I want to know. Yeah, whiskey for sure. That's definitely a Happy Gilmore reference. It's me. I'm just wondering what the heck it is. Half of this stuff I don't really remember making. How did this land here? Okay. Wow. I think so, Jason. The amazing golf ball whacker probe, I think, was one of my hoppers that didn't work right. Now the Rigel, if I'm looking at this right, the Rigel capsule has no non-reusable heat shield. Just an ore tank. Yeah. J2C base. What is this? It's not much, Brando. I think the moon is perfectly circular at 0 degrees inclined relative to Kerbin. Yeah, 0 inclination, 0 eccentricity. Dude, this kind of got me hyped. This is awesome. That's such a good architecture. Dude, I want it. I want. Uh-oh. Oh. All right. Okay. Cool. I'm sure people did it, Mikey. There was no re-entry. There was no re-entry plasma in not that it really matters. It's Kerbal. There was no re-entry in this game in the early days. So yeah, people made reusable stuff all the time. That engine did go on a tumble cave, man. Yeah. Kerbal is using 30 gigs. All right, let's just force kill the process. Dudes, I want to use that. I want to do that architecture. Modular base components. Yeah. Just needs some, there is some stuff that needs to be ironed out with it, but it's not that bad. There was no reason to make build reusable. There were no funds. That's right. Man. Now my brain's going off with all kinds of ideas. We'll keep looking through what we want tomorrow, dudes. Because we don't know when Newglands is gonna happen next. But yeah. I'm gonna bring back the Moon Palette for the new save. I'm gonna bring back Moon Palette and maybe make some new base components to it. Just iron out a couple of things with the architecture. Because I remember there was some bad parts. The Moon Crane can't land by itself. So the Moon Crane is designed to pluck modules off of a descent module. What happens when it lands? When it lands, it needs to be able to pluck itself off of a descent module, which is something we got to figure that one out. Yeah, and I didn't just go down memory lane for the sake of going down memory lane. We went down memory lane because I want to dude, I want those pallets. Those are really good. That was a really good architecture for the time. Like, you know, I often say, like, you hear me, you guys, you hear me say, like, oh, I could remake this so much better nowadays. I could remake this. Dude, not really with the palette. The palette is really good. What if the crane lands upside down and uses the arm to self-right? If we really go through the con ops Panderific, we'll pull the crap files into our current save, and we'll just go through our concepts of operations. But it starts with building a new descent module. That was my thing. We need to build a new descent module. I'll build it around a more reusable architecture than the service module derived one that we're using right now. I mean, like, the other thing is that technically the service module derived one is actually, it's not bad. It's actually okay. It did work as a quick stopgap. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, we'll build a new one. That's what we're going to do tomorrow. Now that Condor 9 is working correctly and we can land those first stages, or at least get them next to the Space Center in relatively, like, maybe 3 or 4 pieces, that's when we start going. You're hearing 3 p.m. tomorrow. Probably shouldn't have said that. We knew it was a 24-hour scrub, Ferner. Have you tried an HLS analog? No, not really. What do you mean, Panderific? Like a HLS analog with that little crane that comes out the side that can drop payloads down off to the... I mean, we could do it. The problem is that you would have to be working around a 375 payload bay. Did anybody ever make a 5-meter payload bay for KSP? A modded 5-meter payload bay? Hold on, let me look around. There are tons. It's near future spacecraft. Yeah, near Tay. That's the ones that they ended up putting in KSP 2, right? But I don't want all these. I just want the 5-meter payload balls. I just want the 5-meter payload bay. Little capacitor. Huh. Jeez. You could scale up a stock one. Yeah, the modding community KSP rules, dude. There we go. 7.5-meter stacks. Wow. No. I could explore other landing architectures and stuff if we, I could explore other landing architectures if with a 5-meter payload bay. I could do Starship. We could build out Starship, but I don't know if I want to do that. We've already kind of opted for a different type of architecture. I forgot to ask, what was the mod that was causing the jello water? It's Scatterer. Cool. All right, dudes. We'll, tomorrow, pending what's going on with New Glenn, tomorrow. So, okay, here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're doing. So tomorrow, if New Glenn goes, we're going to play Kerbal to start. Right? We're going to start with KSP. New Glenn coverage is basically going to be our space news. That's going to take up the whole day because it's going to be awesome. Then, because we did space news during the New Glenn coverage, right? I do believe that we have another rocket launch tomorrow. Viasat 3 F2. So how about Kerbal, New Glenn if it happens, more Kerbal, Viasat 3 F2. And then we call tomorrow a day. How's that for a schedule? Let's we'll grab the moon pallet stuff, really figure out what we want to do, and we'll go through a concept of operations, figure out how to integrate all this with Condor 9, with the Condor 9 that we just made, with the really nice landing legs. Has a long run potentially. Hey, we got to get back into it. The rough patch that I've been going through, I think, is gone. I think we're done. So that means we have to hit it guns blazing. With the exception of Thanksgiving break and Christmas break, I'm gonna be here, man. And then once January hits, I'm gonna be here. We're gonna be here, dude. We have some freaking Kerbal to play. All right. Those mods do look super tempting. Nirtea's stuff and Rover Dude's stuff is I've always been like, because they really do look like they're in the stock game. And Nirtea's stuff was in the stock game in Kerbal 2, so I don't know if that counts. But yeah, okay, cool. So that's gonna do it for Kerbal today. We got rocket coverage for our space news tomorrow and more KSP. Guys, I'm not gonna. We're gonna sit there. We're gonna test out the moon crane. We're gonna make sure that everything works. Just go through its concept of operations. That shouldn't take very long, and then we're gonna start launching them. We're gonna start building bases. We have a contract. We're on the hook for a contract for a base on Minmus. Pays out 400 Gs. If we do that one contract, it basically satisfies the entire testing regime that we did today, and then we can just keep adding. And then we can get prospecting parts. And then we can build out bases, you know. Where I was going with that architecture, guys, is so those landing pads that you saw that kind of flip up, right? Those landing pads that flip together. I was making a dedicated area for the thing to land on, so the RDM can attach to the landing pad, and the landing pad is attached to the rest of the base. So you could land the lander on the base. The umbilical comes up, attaches to it, refuel it, and then a moon crane can come over. You can put stuff on it. You can take stuff off. Easy peasy. Want me to do a quick mod review? Tessa, it's unlikely that we'll be playing with them. You can play them if you want, but I no. Yeah, Whiskey, yeah, that's why I don't like doing it, because we can do this. You know? Current Aurora Oval. Nice. Nice. Yeah, dude. With the building techniques that I have now, we can do some stuff. I'm like super excited now. Yeah, that's gonna be good, dude. That's gonna be real good. All right, but anyway, it's time for After Hours. Anybody want to play Battlefield with me? It's good stuff, man. All right. I'm going to jog the VOD over on YouTube. I'll be back momentarily here. I have to use the restroom. And I have to go check on Bree. You were actually a mod for KSP TV under a different name in the olden days. What was it, Whiskey? Midanthrope? You're Midanthrope? I remember that name. Dude. I did not know that. I did not know that you changed your name. Mid. I remember. I always got you and Midge confused. Midanthrope and Midge Eldorn. Wouldn't you know, you both still watch. That's weird. All right. Stand by for loss of signal on the YouTube side of things. We'll flip over to Battlefield here now. Thank you very much for watching. We're going to hit it guns blazing again tomorrow. It should be good.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.